I love that bell. Good morning, everyone, for our meeting on the Wednesday, the 5th of April, and it's our last meeting before Easter, which is just around the corner, and here we are nearly a third of the way through the year. Heaven help us. So, what I'd like to do is start off with the karakia, please.
Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina i tuta, kia mā tara ki tai, he hiake ana te atakura, he tio, he puka, he hau, tihei Māori.
Thank you very much. I'd like to start off this morning by Lynn reading a letter of thanks from Bishop Peter Carroll regarding the Citizens' War Memorial.
So this letter is addressed to the Mayor. Dear Phil, I'm writing to express my and church property trustees' deep gratitude for the Council's superb relocation, strengthening and restoration of the Citizen War Memorial. The Citizen War Memorial is absolutely stunning and sits proudly in its new location in Cathedral Square. The project has been long and challenging, but at all times has received the dedicated attention of council staff and support from the councillors. The staff of church property trustees who've been involved in this project, Gavin Holly, Ross Seger and Karen Mercer, have often spoken highly of the professional and collaborative involvement of the council staff. More recently and formally, the project control group team. The Citizens' War Memorial project team have very ably dealt with the funding costs, technical and communications challenges over the last 5 years or so. We would like to especially extend our thanks to two council staff who've been involved in this project from the beginning. Joe Grigg, who has worked tirelessly on achieving such an amazing outcome, and Brent Smith, who has provided leadership. We would also like to acknowledge Andrew Rutledge and the other members of the project control group, and it's signed by Bishop Peter, Bishop of Christchurch.
Very good, thank you. And we also have, which is my very good pleasure, an external recognition for council services. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge an award to Brendan Winder, our Manager of Civil Defence and Emergency Management. In August 2022, the Nelson Tasman region was hit by a significant wet weather event. In particular, a number of its hillsides and lower-lying suburbs in Nelson were seriously damaged. Many flooded properties posed risks to responders, either through water damage or more seriously from landslides. Brendan Winder was promptly deployed to assist. Brendan's extensive experience managing hillside red zone properties after the 2011 earthquakes allowed him to provide valuable guidance to local response teams in order to reach and access potentially dangerous buildings. Recently in Auckland, we have seen how the risks these responders can lead to tragic consequences, unfortunately. Brendan has also developed and implemented a response plan for solid waste. In recognition of his service, the Nelson Tasman Emergency Management Group have awarded Brendan Winder an Outstanding Contribution Award. It is my sincere pleasure to present this award to Brendan today. Right, apologies. I have one apology from Yanni for lateness. So could I have a mover for that? Sam and Pauline second. Thank you. All those in favour? Thank you. So declarations of interest. Councillor Goff has declared an interest in item 18, and having received no other declarations, we'll move we will move on to item 3, public participation. So, first up, number 3, public participation. We have Graham Townsend here to speak on behalf of 350 Otatahi Christchurch regarding the Terrace Airport proposal. Welcome, Graham.
Kia ora and good morning, Mayor Major, councillors and staff. I'm acting as a spokesperson for the 744 supporters of 350 Otatahi Christchurch. This submission broadly addresses the greenhouse gas profile of all Christchurch City Council's activities and initiatives, and specifically addresses the 75% council ownership of Christchurch International Airport Limited and its Terrace Airport proposal. The just released IPCC 6th Assessment Report, AR6, stresses the urgency of cutting our collective greenhouse gas emissions globally to net zero by 2040. That is not far in the future. It also stresses the economic consequences of failure. Globally, our current trajectory means we will burn through our remaining carbon budget by 2030 and exceed the safe limit of plus 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial shortly after that. A recent analysis by the Institute for European Environmental Policy and the Stockholm Environment Institute showed that without drastic change, by 2030, the richest 10% of humans, which includes most Kiwis, will per capita still be emitting 9 times the permissible annual greenhouse gas footprint required to keep us under 1.5 degrees. Multiple analyses, and I have listed 10 of them here, show that a failure to cut our collective greenhouse gas footprint will not only be economically disastrous, it will trigger mass migration from tropical and low-lying nations, and that in turn will create ideal conditions for ethnic conflict. There is still time to avoid these extreme scenarios, but not if we continue with a tired, old, linear thinking that assumes that the future is some kind of continuation of the past. It is not. Genuine forward planning requires support for industry sectors that promise rapid decarbonisation of our economy. I put it to you that speculating on, for example, hydrogen-fuelled aircraft is not one of those industries. Currently, 99% of the world's hydrogen is manufactured from fossil fuels. Given the increasing demand we will see for electric generation to supply, among other things, our uptake of electric vehicles and general growth, I think Transpower had a recent analysis out saying that they expected our electricity consumption to go up by 68% by 2050. So therefore, there will not be enough electricity available to manufacture green hydrogen as a fuel, in addition to its other uses as a chemical feedstock and to supply our increasing demand for electricity. A recent submission to you by Professor James Hyam and the Informed Leaders Group, that was 15th of February, highlighted that the suite of technologies required to ensure climate-friendly aviation, those technologies are at best decades into the future, and more likely, and at worst, uneconomic and highly speculative. In other words, financially risky. Time does not permit me to restate their detailed arguments regarding options to decarbonise aviation, but I will say that those arguments have been reinforced by a just released analysis from the UK Royal Society, which once again shows how speculative are the arguments for biofuels or hydrogen-fuelled aviation. I quote, "There is no clear or single net zero alternative to jet fuel." There isn't. Next slide.
30 seconds left.
I hope there is no need to reiterate those analyses in detail, as I'm confident that you will understand that the role and responsibility of both central and local government is now to maximise the well-being of citizens within the harsh limits imposed by the laws of physics, rather than to attempt to foster industries such as aviation that grossly flout those limits. In conclusion, I ask you with respect to examine not just the tariff proposal, but all council initiatives and investments with the prime objective of maintaining a livable climate. We are answerable to our mokopuna. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Graham. And that's a subject, as you know, is dear to my heart. So I listened intently to what you had to say.
Thank you.
So thank you for coming along. Now we have deputations by appointment. Now what I'll do, these are 10 minutes, and I'll ding the bell at 1 minute to go, because sometimes there's something clouding the thing on the screen and they can't see. So we have the New Tenby Action Group. We'll hear from Heidi, the coordinator of New Tenby Action Group, commonly called NAG, which I think is very, very good. Well done. And I'm not sure, is Ross and Elizabeth here as well? Yep, you are. Good. They will speak regarding item 17 about the flooding in Tenby Place and Newport Street. Please come up and talk to us.
Are you operating the slides?
No. I am.
Jesus.
My name is Heidi Oudemans. I live in 7 Tenby Place. And what you can see on the screen is what happens in my area when we have a couple of hours of really downpour rain. It gets worse if it lasts for a day, even worse if it lasts for 2 days, and this was a 3-day rain event. We find it increasingly hard to leave our properties or get back. There is a pregnant lady down the road. She's always worried about ambulance. If they can get in, she can get out. There is an 81-year-old lady just around the corner from that bin there. She can't get out of her house at all. And I can only get to the letterbox, and then I'm blocked in by water. Your turn.
My name's Ross, and we live at the shallow end of the pond. But it still takes better than the red bands to get across the creek, across the street. It's quite confronting having that water there. You're on the shallow side, but you've got to get through it to get out. My wife works 4:30 in the morning, she leaves, and going out in the dark like that, you worry about if anything's been washed in there. And around a Newport Street where we run, where all the inspection covers are, it geysers up and you worry about sinkholes. And then if you're out and you've got to come back in, you get blocked off, you're flooded, and then you're leaving your vehicle outside in an area that's, I guess, not protected for your vehicle. But worse, then you've got to wade in and out to get to it. What I want the council to recognise is that's a physical problem. The water's there, it's in gardens, it blocks things up. But it's the social aspect of it.
Shit, that was the wrong one.
In some households, you know, it's like the employment's affected. You can't get out, people, small cars, and just not the confidence. Just on there. But not having the confidence to drive through that water. We have a 3-tier system for the water.
I'm trying.
Yeah.
Okay.
If the water's on the berm where we live, you can drive through safely. If it's lapping the footpath, we wait till it's light to assess it. If it's up to the garden, the car stays home. I don't think you'll find a car manual that'll ever say deep water's great for your vehicle. But
Next picture, please.
For people getting out, it's loss of work. It can be an inconvenience for shopping, missing appointments. But sometimes the bigger problem is people getting in.
Don't know.
We've had to do pharmacy runs for elderly people in the street because they have medication delivered regularly, but they won't come in. Their home help won't come in. And as Heidi said with the ambulance, but we've had regular ambulance visits over the last few years for the elderly, but also for the opposite end of the spectrum, like the younger couple with pregnancy and that. And it's a genuine concern that they have an anxiety that when they need it, or will it come in? It's not up to those groups to change what they're doing, to change their protocols or anything. It's health and safety of the day now.
Next picture, please.
But it's up to the street to change. We need to fix the street so that they can come in and out when necessary. We just want to get the pond back to a pavement. Thank you very much.
Next picture, please. You can see how bad it is.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Forbes. I'm in number 4 Tenby Place. I'm on the corner with the green roof there. So when it rains really hard, it will go
Next picture,
up
please.
to my doorstep, and then I can't get the car out or anything out and it lasts for about 2 days when it's really raining hard. And I'm really scared that when what is next going to happen if a huge amount of rain comes? Where is it going to? It's not going anywhere. It's just going to rise and rise. And that's a real concern for everyone here. It's got nowhere to go. It has only one outlet, that's into the Avon River. And when it floods, it's got nowhere to go.
And we're all wondering what's happening below the ground to our foundations, to the houses. Nobody can tell us that. But over years, there must be some sort of a damage down there. I'm not sure.
And it's one of the bigger problems with that. It's great having that water there, but the rest of the community seem to think like it's a great free car wash.
Yeah.
They come in there, rip through there without any regard for the residents that are on the edge of that it pushes up into their properties and that. They don't consider it. And I will say the council have been quicker on the job with putting cones out and that blocking the street off. But it does have an implication too. The other night I come home and when I arrived they were there with no gaps, with a big line of traffic and nowhere to go. So it just brings more problems. And that, but people just don't respect the water and the people that have to live around it. Thank you.
Okay, we'll do some questions. That's great. Tyler's got his hand up. You go for your life, mate.
Kia ora, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Great, awesome. Just 2 questions. One's for NAG, which I love the name of, and the other one's for Three Waters. But does it go all the way up to Newport Street?
Pretty well, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And for the Three Waters team, if they're there, is this on the list of one of the high risk flooding areas that was talked about?
Tyler, Lynn will just...
So we'll take that question when the report is presented.
Oh, great. I was going to ask for a report, so that's cool.
Okay. That's cool. So you done, bud?
Has anybody got any more questions? Or?
Pauline?
Yeah, I just so thank you for coming and talking to us, and really, really good pictures too. It's always good to have those. When the rain stops, how long does the water sit there for, or does it go away pretty quickly?
Days.
No, 2 days.
2 days at least.
2 days at least.
Right.
Unless we get a pump in.
And then that helps.
Yeah, it helps.
It will reduce it.
Thank you.
Time.
Okay, I'll throw 5 bobs with it. I've been down there when it's been raining, and my impression is, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's not necessarily a lot to do with high tide. It's the outlet into the drain in Porritt Park. Is that that's
We're
the
not
issue.
really sure exactly why the water is so slow in receding, but I mean, the drains have not been cleaned out in Tenby Place for 5 years. They were cleaned last week. But if they have to come and do that on a regular basis, that might help a wee bit.
Yeah.
I checked the outlet in the last event and we were flooded, but the creek wasn't even high. The tide wasn't up.
Yeah, so it's not getting
So
out of the
it's
pipe
not-
system into the creek.
Yes.
Something's wrong somewhere.
So, yeah, okay, thank you very much. Sarah? Okay, Andre?
Thank you. Sorry, I might have missed it, but are you able to just touch on when these particular photos are from?
They've been 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago, I think.
From a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
So presumably the situation was much worse last year, for example.
Yes,
Yeah.
it was.
Oh, yeah.
Than what we're looking at here as well.
The more it rains,
Yeah.
the higher the water and the worse it gets for us, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're down to a minute, so that's good. So thank you very much for bringing it to, I was already at Kelly and my attention, but bring it to our attention. So now we will get a report done and we'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move on to the next item. We've got Annabelle here who will speak to us regarding item 17, the flooding on Cambridge Terrace. Welcome, Annabelle. If you have got a presentation, we're having a wee bit of trouble with the lag on that, so if you have and you want to change the page, just yell out and we'll do it from this end.
Can I stand? Is that all right? Can everyone hear me?
Feel free.
Right. Yeah, well, it was interesting hearing Professor Julian Allwood speak this morning about the concerns of global warming and then the residents prior me, because I think it's all linked in. And I live in the inner city in Julian Courts, which is at 281 Cambridge Terrace. It's in between Manchester Street and Madras Street. A very pretty part of town where the river loops round with the poplar trees along it, the poplar crescent as it's called, and Margaret Mahi playgrounds on the other side. So we're very fortunate to live there, and Julian Courts was built, I believe, one of the first dwellings post-earthquake. And since then, as you know, or probably know, are aware that there's a big build on the corner of Manchester and Cambridge Terrace being built by Fletcher. There's about 38 apartments going up there. So we have presently two other neighbours on our west side. Now we're on, I call it the little lean-to. On the west side, we're a townhouse attached to the main building. Our entrance is on Cambridge Terrace. And there is also a drive up for the residents in the apartment block on Kilmore Street. I'm sorry to go over the details, but you need to kind of get that clear first in your mind. So this, when I moved in there with my partner 9 years ago, there wasn't a flooding problem. So things have changed. And there was a problem at the end of the street where that car is. And because there is a sump there, or a sump, and that was uphill because of the shift after the earthquake. So the water collected in front of our place. It moved down, and initially it was just a puddle, and then it grew into a large puddle, and then it grew into a sort of mini pond. And this photo was taken Jake just reminded me a couple of weeks ago, and it wasn't a big rainfall. We have had, if we get 3 days of rain, which we've had, what happens is that the river, obviously, if it's a king tide, high tide, the backflow comes up, and this water has nowhere to go, so the river overflows and it meets in the middle, which has happened. And the same problem as the residents that have previously spoken in the area, yes, that gives you an idea of what it's like. That cars come down because that area is free parking, so they still come down and they drive fast and there are waves, and it's scary, and I'm not a person that's generally afraid, but it's really confronting to have water right up to your driveway. I can't get out of my drive. These are my gumboots. My partner Brent wants me to throw them out, and I keep hanging on to them because we don't have a garden, but we have a courtyard. Now, the water, thank goodness I've got them, the water comes up to the height of this gumboot, just to give you an idea of what that's like. So, and I'm not quite sure of the depth sometimes. I have a dog, she's quite capable of swimming, but I have to carry her out, and we wade through really gingerly through the water to get out. I get up at night, check the height of the water whenever it rains, and I move the car, just like the previous residents. I don't quite know where to move it to, but I believe I'm moving it to higher ground. So we have in the apartment block elderly people. Our oldest is 92, and my neighbours, Barry and Diane Ramsey, are retired. We have a lot of retired people, actually, and their cellar flooded on one occasion. It actually entered their property. So a sump was put in bottom of our drive after lots of, I have to say, persistency on my part, tenacity probably. And the problem there, as you previously alerted, Phil, was that there's nowhere, I don't know the underground map, but I think there's nowhere for that water to go. So what might be happening is that it's filling up. Of course, there's a lot of leaves. We clean that sump ourselves. And I think it's heading into the Avon River. There's no backflap. So we probably get backflow in that water. Now, this is going to become an increasingly more serious problem. We've seen that what's happened up north. So there is a threat of heavy rainfall, high tide, strong winds, and we flood. We've bought that place in good faith. It was consented by council. When my neighbours built a couple of years later, they moved in 8 years ago. They were told that the level had, I don't know what you call that technicality, the floodplain level had increased, and they had to change the build of their property. So it's obviously known that this is happening. Now, the solution, I don't know, but we need to look at how to resolve this in a long term. That area is a high foot traffic area, and our footpath, which, by the way, nothing's ever been done on since all the years we've lived there, and yet, our rates are going up. So people have nowhere to walk. My neighbour has a baby with a pram. She can't come out. We're encouraged to walk, and we do walk and bike into town, or whatever we have to do. We can't exit our properties. From my simple point of view, I would have thought that the river needs to be dredged. I walk around that area a lot. There is high silt. If it was dredged at least, and that used to be done years ago, I remember that. Prior to the earthquakes, then the water would be able to flow easier. But also it needs to be looked at of a piping system that is effective. And if there is flooding, I've had, I suppose their water engineers come out and look at it, which was very kind. Basically said there was nothing they can do, and I said, can you bring a pump? No. So, and I asked if the road would be could be closed, no. So we're kind of left to our own devices. I would really like acknowledgement that this is happening, it's a serious problem, it's going to become an increasingly more serious problem, and that there is some sort of work done, and we're included in the citywide surface water update plan, that we can sleep easy, that we can move around freely and not have to be concerned about this. So that's basically my presentation, but because Easter's coming up, and because I want you to remember me, and remember what I've said, I've got some Easter eggs for you.
None like a bit of bribery.
No? Sweetening up. I know that you have a lot of things on your agenda and on your plate, but this is a real concern, and with the extra residents coming into our street, which we welcome, we need some way to address this.
Thank you for coming in. Just a question from me. We've got a little bit of time.
Yeah, sure.
That photo that you've got there,
Yes.
how often is that? That's a lot of rain would cause that.
It was about, I believe, 2 days of steady rain. And the river rose, and it was a full moon king tide. And of course, we were waiting for king tide, look for the high tide to come. So yes, but the river has since, it has flown over several times, but not quite met because of the rise.
Yeah, the Canberra
But what happens, because we're on the low side, and we're on the lowest part of that area in the cul-de-sac, all the water collects at the bottom of our place.
Yes, but so on the other picture, with just the picture of your car, one of the other two, if you wouldn't mind. Yep, one of those two. The river's nowhere near up there, so that there is a piping issue from that puddle to that river. There's something not right happening.
Well, there is that. So that's my neighbour's place. You can just see a letterbox there on the left, and we're just a little bit beyond that, where it comes up to quite a high point.
Yep.
That's only a very short rainfall.
Yep.
So it's got worse. So there is a sump there at the bottom, yes. So there's nowhere for the water to go.
Okay. No,
and I
that's
don't think it's blocked with leaves. You can see there's no leaves there in autumn. It's full of the leaves from the poplar tree.
Something is amiss here. I'll see what we can do to get onto that now. Okay. We've got one.
You might get a bit wet in the end, but there is. So even if there is a pipe there flowing out, where is that water going?
Yes, correct. We've got one more.
Can it go?
Yeah, one more quick question from Tyler, please, and then we'll move on. You there, bud?
Yeah, kia ora. It's quite funny because my mum and dad are your neighbours.
Oh, really?
And I remember on 3 occasions, actually, I had to come down and Dad told me to bring some sandbags for that area, which was weird. But when I got there, I just saw that there was the river that was encroaching on top of the surface flooding that was there. I then went to look at the drains, and they weren't actually full of leaves, which was the weird part. So I just wanted to provide another perspective of being able to see that there was some major issues around that river area. But I really thank you for coming in, and thanks so much for that.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Now we have. Yeah, sorry. You right?
Yep.
Got it. Yep. Te runanga ko korarata. Next we'll hear from Mana Nui, Chair of the Te runanga ko korarata, who will speak on item 19 and the significance of providing water for O'Kane's Bay residents. Thank you very much for coming in.
Tēnā koe o tira, tēnā tātou e tihei mauriora. Ka rere taku mani mai tana kohaka ki kaitara. Huri atu e taku mani ki te kūhaka wareware a tāuti ki te marukura. Ka rere tonu e taku manu ki te pai mauka o waipuna kāroha. Ka tiu e taku manu ki te tūkākā ki hikura ki poatu. Rere tonu nei, te awa o kaituna e rere ana ki te waihora. Hoki tō mahara ki te tū hono ka kai waika i a puari ki kokorarata o tira, puari ki konei. Ko tū te huarewa tō mātou nei whare tipana e tū mai ia i roka i te marae puari. Kei raro nei o kākā nui, hine te wai, Arā ko te ahu Pātiki. Ko kaurarata te awarere ana ki te ara whānui a makawhiu. Ko makawhiu a te waka, ko kāti hui kai taha pū e piritonu nei ki te manawa te whenua ti hei Māori. Kia tātou e piritahi mai nei, kai raro i tēnei kaupapa whakahirahira o tātou. E tikana te kōrero, ko kōrero hia. E rātou, e tātou katoa e pāna ki te hurihaka o te ao. Kia kahara e koutou mā, kia kahara. Tēnā tātou. I stand in front of you today. I've just recited our territorial authority as a treaty partner in Aotearoa today. Our home is nestled on the northern bays of the Banks Peninsula, Canterbury, here. We have connections through the kaituna that ties us to our kite ika o Rākai Hautu, our fish basket of Rākai Hautu, te Waihora. Most people know it as Ellesmere. And I also recognise that we have a connection through Tautahi from Kokourarata to this very soil of land here. We are the descendants of Tautahi, we are the descendants of Tūte Huerewa, Hui Kai, tēnā koutou katoa. I te tuatahi ka tukuna te mihi ki a koe e te councillor Parihad. Nā ia te hau o mihi o Kāti Hui Kai kai roki a koe. Just hearing about your father's accident the other week, our thoughts are with your father and your mum in this time. Tēnā tātou. I'm going to be really succinct in an attempt to essentially articulate the concerns I have, the concerns we have for the possibility of the removal of budget allocation within the long-term plan to a significantly important thing. It's not a Māori issue, this is not a Pākehā issue, this is a human rights issue, drinking water. Okay. So te pātaka Rākai Hautu, the Banks Peninsula, let's put our thinking caps on. Before the time needing to earn a wage, it was quite different. First generation virgin native podocarp timbers, insects, birds, waterways, wetlands, you name it, some of the most sensitive organisms living on this planet existed in our home. Guys, there's a reason why our ancestors parked up on the peninsula as opposed to the plains. And I think what we're hearing today is actually quite timely. Why would you put a city on a wetland? In a swamp, exactly, ehua. This is the environment telling us something drastically, and all I'm doing here today is turning up as your treaty partner, as a descendant of Tikau and Iwiko, two ancestors of ours who made an enduring commitment to the survival and the sustainability of everyone here in this big city, as well as everyone back in our community on the Banks Peninsula. I'm here today to implore you all to maintain the commitment that you've already expressed to those communities out in the Banks Peninsula. And why? E hika mā, it's pretty obvious, in the next 60 to 90 years, we are going to see astronomical change within our environment, quite like I don't think any of our ancestors could have understood. However, what we're here to do is bring the knowledge of the past into the present today to help you make decisions to move into a future that sustains our mokopuna, mō tātou ā mō ka uri a muri ake nei. And I'm talking about our tangata tiriti community that sits and lives within Kawatia and has done for generations and generations and will do for generations and generations and generations to come. My expectation of you as my treaty partner is to not step backward on a commitment that you've already made to O'Kane's Bay. We have a 500-year plan casted out into the future called Te Mahi Tamariki, to be making decisions for our children and our children and our children. We've already seen the deforestation of those podocarp forests to build Christchurch, Sydney and Melbourne. We've already seen the drainage of our wetlands here in Puaripā to make way for the economical development that we all live in great privilege with today. And all I'm standing here to do right now is just heart to heart, mana to mana, to you as my treaty partner, Mayor Major, please reconsider the potential risk of removing that funding. And my reason is that is a critical community within this big picture of Waitaha in Canterbury. One of the most isolated communities that you'll find as well. 2 to 3 springs ago, we learnt through the back-to-back weather events that hit Labons Bay. Similarly, what's happening up in Te Tairāwhiti at the moment, and also Tāmaki Makaurau. I was about to say Tāmaki Makovid, Tāmaki Makaurau, where the Makau arau. We are seeing the environment telling us something, and I really am here to ask you to carry on with the commitment that you've made. That budget of allocation of simply $10 million has been asked for my ancestors since 1909. Since the deforestation of our ancestor, Papatuanuku, we have seen an intensive change in the environment that has led to poor water quality and water quantity issues. As we know, when we cut trees down, it increases the risk of desertification, which has a direct whakapapa, a direct connection to groundwater, for example, drinking water. This isn't a Māori thing, this isn't a Pākehā thing, this is a tangata tiriti thing. And I really am concerned that we're going to take a step back. I'm just going to put this one here as well, and I haven't provided it for you because it's actually been in front of this council before. And if you do want to see more information relating to the letters that my ancestors wrote, hit your governance team up. It's sitting in your archives. Almost to the day, interestingly enough, 1923, our ancestors, following the 1909 letter to the native minister of whatever, concerns for drinking water within our takiwa, a basic human right issue. In e hikama, you are all democratically voted in and responsible for making decisions on behalf of all of us. And as your treaty partner that gave birth to democracy in this country, I'm simply here to remind you we've got some work to do, guys, and let's do it together. That's enough from me, but I just want to hold this space, and I actually want to have a bit of interaction with everybody here today, if at all possible. I see, not sharing this hui, but I see a hand going up there. Tēnā tātou.
Thank you, Vananui. That was a very great, clear presentation. Thank you. Sam, did you have something to say?
Hey, thank you very much for coming in. It's always useful to get good feedback. The only thing and maybe I've missed something, because you sort of mentioned you're concerned that the money be taken off budget. Just in terms of the recommendation, it's to carry on as sort of planned. So have I missed something? Or
potentially, yeah. There's enough concern that's made its way out to the community that perhaps maybe we will step back from a decision made. And of course, being merely a fly on the wall in recent times with this council when it comes to local government and for democracy and the topical issue that we have for infrastructure here in Christchurch, here in Aotearoa, I'm just here to remind you. Let's find another path and let's do it together. And let's maintain such a small slice of the pie, $10 million, and commit that to O'Kane's Bay, because if you're looking at a population of around about 40 people and that's your sole decision, what it represents. We will be here in 500 years' time. The descendants of all those non-Māori people will be, my commitment to them is that they will be here in 5 years' time.
Yeah, I guess
Let's address the resources where required.
Yeah, no, where I'm getting to is, sorry, and it's unfortunate there's concern in the community because really this is a legislative requirement to carry on with the work.
Cool.
Anyway, so I'm just saying that there shouldn't be the concern that perhaps there is.
Okay.
But there has been. That's why we're here.
Okay. All right. Oh, thank you. Oh, now you. Well, you're good. You're gonna have what, waiata?
Yeah, we will have a waiata tautoko. I'm just waiting. Is this all the?
Is that all the questions?
You've done a very good job.
Awesome. And just a big mihi to you, e whai, as well. I have strong ties with Mata Waka and Ngā Hauewha, and he tani whahikuroa koe. You walk into the future with a big long tale of where you've been, and a lot of good things have been said about you, e whai. Tēnā tātou.
Thank you.
No te kakai,
E tikana te kōrero mena ka haha te wai Māori ki te awa, ka haha te reo ki te kaika, ka haha katakata ki te whenua. It's critical that if the fresh water is of an abundant state within the waterways, the language within households will be abundant, and our existence as people to these lands will continue to be abundant. Tēnā tātou.
Kia ora. Thank you.
Yeah, I was good, my left top.
Righty, come on. Righty-ho, we'll move on to item 4, petitions and confirmation of council minutes. We have not received any petitions, so we will move on to the confirmation of minutes. We're confirming the annual plan minutes from the 28th of February and the open and PX council minutes from the 1st and 14th of March. These are items 5, 6, 7, 23 and 24. I'm happy to move these and Aaron is happy to second them. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you very much. Right, item 8, monthly report from the community boards. We've got 5 minutes per board, but having listened to a wee discussion that we had earlier on before this meeting, we may not be able to do it today, but we will certainly look at giving the boards a little bit more time so that we can have some questions, because sometimes we get right on a roll and everyone's involved in the discussion, and then I've got to say, right, be quiet, go away, and the next one, and that's not particularly fair. So first up is Fendleton Waimari Harewood, and I'd like to welcome Bridget and Jason to come to the table, please.
Kia ora everyone. So first up we want to take you through some of the decisions that we've made under delegations, which are pretty straightforward. So we've been going through quite a few submissions recently, some really big ones as well, but 2 in particular that we've just had approved is the Urban Forest Plan and the Draft Waste Minimisation Bylaw. There's been a number of public transport infrastructure improvements, road safety improvements, approving application for the Youth Development Fund, and a few of our community board members were also approved for being on different organisations for representing those organisations. Moving on to our community board plan.
Like all of the boards, we've been busy working on the draft of our 2023-25 community board plan. I'm sure you'll all agree that it's a really difficult job to balance all of the many great projects and wishes of the community with what we can realistically achieve, particularly given council's finances and desire to keep rates increases to a minimum. We were really pleased to receive 46 submissions on our draft priorities with an overwhelming majority in support of what we are proposing. We're looking forward to working through the submissions with the board next week to finalise our plan.
Yeah, so next up we want to take you through the Edible Garden Awards. So our board held their first Edible Garden Awards this year. This is a great partnership with the Canterbury Horticultural Society, and really good feedback was received from the award recipients. If I got that word right, I always struggle with that word, recipients. Yeah, my board understood. Yeah. So 12 awards were given out at the function at Mona Vale on the 17th March. As part of the event, council staff were on site to take attendees on a tour of the gardens at Mona Vale, but unfortunately the skies opened up, and just as we were about to start, it absolutely poured down. This resulted in us having extra time at the function, which allowed the recipients to each share the story of their gardens. It was particularly interesting hearing from Amy from Orana Park, who talked about the edible garden and the different types of food that they grow for their animals. Another recipient was Ivan Hebard, who is a well-known figure in the Belfast community. Ivan had some great stories and is an avid and very knowledgeable gardener. One of the other recipients realised she lived just a few doors down from Ivan and has agreed to meet up with her and help out with her fruit trees. So it's fantastic to see people connect with each other at events like this. It just highlights how important they are. And the board was originally intending to run the awards every 2 years, but with the feedback that we've received this year, there seems to be a strong desire from the community to run it every year.
Okay, as a result of the representation review, our board has inherited a number of community groups who previously sat within the Innisfis ward, being part of Belfast being one of them. Last week, the board headed out to Belfast to meet with a number of these groups. The first part of the session was at the Belfast Community Network, where we met with some of their staff, along with the principal of Belfast School and members of the Belfast Kaiapoi Rotary Club. The Belfast Community Network has been around since 2001 and provide a range of programs and activities in the community. They also play a key role in coordinating opportunities for collaboration between groups and are leaders of the Northwest Collective. It was really interesting to hear from the Belfast School Principal, Sue Alley, about their development plans, which include opening a second school at a new site in the new Belfast subdivision on Johnswood Ave. This is one of the first examples in New Zealand of one school operating on two different sites. The junior years will remain at the current school by Sheldon Park, with the senior years moving over to the new site. It was also great to hear from the gentleman from the local Rotary Club about the projects they are involved with, which support the Belfast community. They undertake various fundraising activities and provide funding support to local groups and projects. It was also interesting hearing about the connections they've made with the Belfast Rotary Club in Ireland.
So we then headed over to the Belfast Rugby Club rooms and met with representatives from the Belfast Bowls Club, the Belfast Netball Club and the Rugby Club. And these are all very strong clubs with really high membership numbers. It was a good opportunity to hear about some of their issues, particularly in regard to a number of council-owned facilities in the park. It would be fair to say there was certainly a level of frustration expressed by the clubs, and we're keen to work with them, with council staff, to look at addressing some of these issues. The visit also provided a good opportunity to talk to the clubs about the council's annual plan and long-term plan, and emphasise how important it is for groups to engage in the process and let us know their issues and future plans. We're pleased that one of our community board plan priorities is about making some improvements at Sheldon Park, which received 100% support from those who recently submitted on the plan. As a board, we're looking forward to developing ongoing relationships with the groups out at Belfast and working alongside them to support their local community. So that's us with our board report. So thank you for listening.
Thank you for speaking. We've got a little bit of time. Has anyone got any questions? Pauline? Yep.
Just thank you. Really good to hear about the groups at Sheldon Park. Is there a kind of a key theme that they're a bit worried about? Or?
Yeah, so primarily the car park area in there is heavily used by the participants of the park, but also the school for drop off and that, and it's the entranceways are kind of not in a good state. And then also just in terms of the actual grounds itself and how heavily it's utilised, the drainage there is very poor. So if you get rain early in the season, the condition of it gets really bad and you end up with a lot of surface water. So it's a bit of a problem.
So it sounds like quite major stuff really there. Yep. Thank you.
Okay, spot on for timing. Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you so much.
Right, next we have Emma and Simon, please.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for having us along to today to give you an update on what's been happening in our Waipapa Papanui Inner Central Community Board area. First up, I'll just give you a rundown on what happened at our March meeting. We approved a couple of discretionary response fund applications, which you can see there. The one to the Ron Proctor Environmental Trust is especially exciting. As through Papanui Rotary, they are going to build a loop walkway track in the Papanui bush. Planting was first started in the bush in 2018 with the vision of it becoming a well-used recreation area for the local community, and this pathway will open it up to walkers, especially those using the neighbouring Braintree Wellness Centre and the newly constructed Cancer Society accommodation next door. You have one Part A from us before you today, the new traffic lights on Main North Road for the new Pack and Save access. This should be a straightforward decision, but I would like to just note that our board was especially supportive of the pedestrian safety improvements to the neighbouring Main North QE2 Northcote Road intersection. And then the other decisions we made at the March meeting were minor traffic improvements, as well as the report from the recent Innis by-election.
We had a number of public forum presentations at our most recent meeting, and this may be linked to a shift we've made this year and for this term in our meeting times, moving to a late afternoon slot rather than a weekday morning slot. So it's been great. I really appreciate the engagement we're getting from members of the public. We've heard from Birthright Canterbury, who have recently moved their office into Papanui Ward, giving an update on their organisation, and one of the parents they're supporting spoke to us as well about her experience. We heard from a resident further to a visit that the board made during our site tour at the start of the term, just giving us some further perspective on, I guess, the public engagement to date on the future of Shirley Community Reserve. That's the 10 Shirley Road site. We heard from Phillipstown Community Hub, who were recently supported financially by the board to rebuild their pizza oven, had a report back on that. More on Phillipstown Hub later in this presentation. And also a presentation from a couple of local residents and business owners in relation to parking on Chester Street East. A really good presentation from them, just raising an issue. Some P120 parks have disappeared from outside of property there somewhere in the last 10 years, and they're seeking them back. Gave us a lot of detail on that and the benefits that that would give having some more turnover of parking in that area.
Our board has been working for a few years now on partnering with the community to activate the space at Shirley Community Reserve, which is the site Simon was just talking about of the old Shirley Community Centre. We've funded a number of events at the reserve, with the most recent being the No Mai Fiesta on Friday the 3rd of March. Unfortunately, the weather wasn't the best for the event, but we still had a great turnout of locals who were able to interact with stallholders from local community groups. There was a bunch of games, some kai, and also some really great performances from Shirley Primary School students and others. So thanks to those local residents who organised this event, as well as our local staff for their support. And we look forward to seeing more activation on that site soon.
We're continuing to receive reports back as a board on Summer with Your Neighbours events. There's some photos here from a couple of the more recent ones. We had 51 residents participating in the top photo there, Harris Way, Glen Place, and another 22 people coming together at Cool Spring Way with that sort of seed funding from the board that just helps activate those events.
And we've got a video to show for this next one, which can explain this cool project a lot better than we can.
Christchurch's inner city east and Friday night shared kai has become the place to be. Breaking down barriers with food and conversation.
I'm hoping they like the food because the ladies really worked really hard for this, and they've been spending 2 days and 1 night on this food.
What dishes?
Yeah.
Rice, chicken, lamb, salad, olivier.
Last week it was Eritrean food. This week, Afghani. Next week, food from Iran, followed by food from Nepal.
Well, it's revitalising this community, which has been a pretty desperate community for a while, and then bringing people together so that they're not kind of afraid of each other.
Food always brings people together, isn't it? Yeah. And encourages conversation. You know, people seem to be free to talk when we're eating. Yeah.
I didn't expect so many people to show up, so I'm really like glad and nervous at the same time.
Well cooked. Yeah.
I love it. Tasty.
Lovely.
Got people hearing it through word of mouth coming down. So it's just really bringing community together, which is exactly what we want to do, and sharing culture.
You like your coconut tree hair? Yeah, I think it's been really great in the way of getting to meet people, new people as well, and especially with the things like doing your own dishes and stuff.
Yes, al fresco dining followed by do your own dishes.
You're collectively cleaning together and stuff, and also trying different meals, and it's an easy topic starter of, oh, did you enjoy that? Have you ever tried that before?
Mate, what did you think about your meal this evening?
Oh, it was so delicious, and it's so nice to have something exciting happen in this side of town as well.
One chicken, one palani, please.
But I was just saying before, this is like a nice communal event where it actually feels like a community has come together.
So that's a partnership between In Common and Mahia Te Aroha and the Stanmore Corner project. So that's very cool.
Thank you, staff, for facilitating the video. Finally, we're back to Phillipstown, just celebrating one more there. Phillipstown Hub, who were the grand prize winners in a national Wise About Waste Workplace Challenge for their efforts in waste minimisation associated with the community market days that are held there. They received a comprehensive prize package, including a prize that, because of the nature of the prize, it couldn't be used in the South Island, so they've re-gifted that to another community group in the North Island. So well done to Phillipstown Hub, and appreciate their generosity in handling that prize as well.
And that's us.
Thank you very much. Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right then.
Very quickly, just in terms of the Part A report that we've got, I just wondered if your community board had consulted with any local residents groups or residents associations, or if you've had any feedback.
I'm not aware we've had any direct feedback on the decision making now. It was part of the, it was a publicly notified resource consent that has triggered the requirement for those lights. So there was public consultation. Pretty sure it's 2019 when it went through that process.
And there were submissions made as part of that.
And was there the same level of detail like in the plans in terms of the consent?
Well, I guess we're now at the detailed design stage, so it'll be a high level of detail in terms of what's being implemented now. But what's before you is exactly what was in the resource consent decision.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Right, we have Marie. Who else?
Kia ora, everybody.
See you again.
I pass on the apologies from our board chair, Helen Broughton. She's away today over the next couple of weeks. Her daughters come from visit from the U.S. And they haven't seen each other for over 4 years because of the COVID restrictions. And so I'm without a chair and also without a governance manager while it's going through a recruitment process. But as you can see, I'm very well, fully supported and well looked after by our staff. If you can introduce yourself.
Everyone
quickly.
pretty much knows me, I think. Name is on top. Yeah.
Right. Right. So the board has been very busy with this period of the board plan consultation. We had about 86 submissions, and then we've also been busy preparing submissions for the waste management and waste minimization bylaw, the urban forest plan, and the draft annual plan. And then the decisions we've made under delegation. There's the retrospective electricity easement to Orion, which provides the power source for the new net cell facility at Ngapunawai. And we also have that approved the Night Stream School area improvements, which is mainly traffic calming on the approaches to the roundabout at the Richmond Avenue and that roundabout there with the Wincops and Caulfield Avenue intersection. And a few of them Youth Development Fund applications are approved and 2 off-the-ground fund applications. We've got a Part A report being considered at this meeting. The board is largely supportive of this. We've also now we also have the approved discretionary response fund allocations to Holswell United Association Football Club and the Westland Kindergarten Association, Kids First. A few events that we've had, it's good to, fantastic to know that the Men's Shed, Rickerton Park Men's Shed has secured a new location at the Rickerton Park. So please come to this if you are able to. Special event, open event was held on March 2nd. Opening hours are Tuesdays and Thursdays, 1 to 4 p.m. We've also had Hello Hornby, which was held on March 11th at Waikola Park. It was a very great turnout and community participation, and was organized and hosted by the Hello Hornby Community Committee and supported by local businesses and the council. And before we have a video for you. Before we go into that, the Hurutini Student Council is comprised of students from the Aidenfield Christian School, Holswell School, Oakland School, Wigram Primary School. Now, they have been focusing on improvements to road safety around their schools, and they have also crafted a call to action for parents and drivers, which is drive safely for our safety. Now, the road safety video has been shared around the community at the beginning of the school year and will continue to be shared throughout the year. And we have the video, please.
Something that makes me feel unsafe is that some parents speed around our crossings or don't look to see us crossing.
Right-hand signs when they're not meant to be. When drivers sometimes start driving away while students maybe have not shut the door or haven't put their seatbelt on.
Stopping in the middle of the road.
Speeding and letting their kids out on the outside door of a road rather than the inside.
Yeah, I think there are lots of crazy things that happen at school drop-off and pick-up time. Parents at a rush and maybe making decisions with their cars that they shouldn't.
We often have a lot of students who bike and scooter to and from school, so there's a lot going on around that time of day, and it becomes very, very busy and quite chaotic.
An important mindset that caregivers need to bring when they're coming to schools is to be patient. So a lot of the problems we see are around speeds, which make things unsafe for people, but also unsafe parking behaviours.
As both a parent and a teacher, all we want to do is keep kids safe. Kids don't think the way that adults think. They don't have life experience that we do. Sometimes they don't make great choices. We just need to absolutely go on the side of caution.
It's really important for our parents to understand that we are a busy school, we're a busy community, and being patient and taking your time is important. It's just having that wider picture of our community and thinking about the safety of our students and our whānau.
This message has come from the kids of the Hurutini Student Council, and we would like to see road safety change in our community.
Drive safely for our safety.
Thank you. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you very much. That's lovely.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we've got Paul and Jackie, please. Good to see you again.
Right. Kia ora koutou katoa, Mr Mayor and councillors. Before I begin, I'd just like to acknowledge all the Waitai Community Board members for their positive contributions around the table and in the Coastal Burwood and Linwood wards, as well as our excellent community governance team. We're all working together really well. A few highlights from February. Oh, I've got a mouse here. Oh no, it's on the screen. Gee, what is this? So held on the 7th of February and the 19th of February, respectively, these local events were attended by the local community. I Love New Brighton held its 12th event, where there's a huge variety of activities as the temperatures soared to over 30 degrees. The highlights included strong kapahaka performance by Rāwhiti School, and Takumi Japanese drumming group, Brighton's unique Natural Magic pirate band. Also extremely popular with crowds, Shirley Boys High band, Midnight Buzz, and 30-cent spin. The highlight for me was watching my youngest son Finton on the Titanic blow-up slide, followed by going down the slide myself. You can see evidence there in the top left-hand corner. And it's important that you don't get your skin caught hard against the slide, as my eldest son found out. So just a warning for next time. And next up is another couple of events. We have firstly an Otakaro Avon River Corridor consultation. The Dellington Residents Association held a drop-in at the Darlington Landing on Saturday the 11th of February to give locals opportunity to talk to council staff about future plans for local red zone, and the council staff are also on hand to show early stage designs for the area and discuss the Avon Park redevelopment consultation that's currently, well, has been open for consultation. The community board will be discussing that at our next meeting. And then we have Partiki Place in Bromley, which is a collaboration between Sport Canterbury, Kainga Ora Fens, and the police, held a local play street on Partiki Place. Play streets aim to provide a safe environment for children and parents to be active in their neighbourhood and through play and engaging socially with their neighbours. And so there's a good level of support from local neighbours, local residents, and it was held during regular working hours. There's a strong turnout from a range of ages and backgrounds who took part in the activities during a 2-hour closure of the road. Next, organics processing plant. Last time we were here, we talked about this. Probably next time we're here, we'll be talking about it. We would like it to close and then move, and we hope that there will be options available to the council to make some decisions about that. It's very important. It's been almost 14 years, and it is a mess that the council is making that needs to be rectified, and I hope for your support in the annual plan on that. Next, you heard today from residents of Avondale, Tenby Place, and take this opportunity to advocate for stormwater retention basins along the Otakaro catchment. The retention basins have been very successful along the Upawaho catchment, and although it won't affect this particular issue, I just want to take this opportunity to advocate that for the Waitaki Basin project in Bexley, which I believe the Mayor is quite familiar with, and we don't want to see that delayed in the annual plan. Jackie?
Having seen so much today about surface water and flooding, I actually live on Richardson Terrace, which is prone to tidal flooding. I'm very fortunate. I live in an elevated section with a driveway that goes up like that. Retention basins have reduced the number of times I'm flooded into my property, and they also make it more tidal. Like 2014 was the worst year for flooding that I experienced in the 28 years that I've been in Richardson Terrace. That water sat across the road and up my driveway for 3 or 4 days at times, and we were trapped within our houses at that time. Now it's 10 metres. Now, if you think 10 metres up an elevated driveway, it's actually 10 metres lower. So that's a lot less water that's actually keeping me trapped within my home, and it is tidal. So I know, okay, heavy rain, I might be flooded in. I look up, what's high tide? Do I need to get my car out to the street? Do I need to go and get milk and bread before that happens? And I can actually plan for it. But definitely, since the retention basins went in further up the line, a lot easier for us along where I am. So support retention basins. Yeah.
And I believe you have a grievance you wish to share with the council about something that happened at Linwood Resource Centre.
I have a grievance I wish to share with the council about something that happened at the Linwood Resource Centre. We were invited to join in the pancake race, and we actually won the pancake race. But Paul did not follow the instructions, and we lost by default. As a consequence of that, I always drive us to council. He does not follow instructions well. So the Tossers Award actually went to the competition, and here we are. Losers, but not tossers. Yeah.
All right. And on that note, I'm happy to take questions, but not about that.
Andre.
I was just interested to get your feedback and thoughts on how the Liquor ban in Woolston have been going since last spoke with us.
That's been consulted on, but feedback that we have had from that we've had from local community, and certainly my experience, because as you may know, I live in Woolston, is that there has been an improvement.
Yeah.
There's been a reduction in the amount of public drinking and a significant reduction in the amount of rubbish. And so not everybody for various reasons has supported it, but I believe that overall that what I've heard is the consultation is showing support for it.
That does speak to that. Also, there are issues in Woolston that are very much on our radar and that we are concerned about. But in terms of the liquor ban, and having been to visit the businesses and spoken to people on the street, people are saying that the liquor ban has improved in terms of public drunkenness and mess and rubbish. But yeah, there definitely still are issues in the Woolston village, but they're not dissimilar to issues that we have in New Brighton or other areas around the city are experiencing similar things with homelessness and just unsavoury behaviour.
Thank you. We're running out of time. I've got two real quick ones. One from Melanie and one from Yanni.
It's not actually a question. It's just congratulations on giving the $10,000 to the Learn to Swim lessons. I think that's fantastic for the board to do that.
Very well done. Yep. Yanni?
I mean, just quickly, just wondered if you had any reflection on the board's involvement or lack of involvement in the toxic chemical spill into the Apawaho Heathcote River, and just if you had any comments on maybe just
I guess my comment is that I was surprised that there wasn't any process in place for something that's caught between the two authorities, ECAN and the council, and have been assured that there is going to be something. There is going to be something in place, but a lack of information has been provided. So I would like more information about what has happened. I know that although they haven't identified the substance, I'm aware that there have been issues like in parts of Australia where there's been a rapid reduction in the level of oxygen in the water, and if that's the case, we want to know as well, because that's a risk to the whole ecosystem. Would really appreciate more information.
Thanks very much, Paul. And thanks, Jackie. Okay. Right. Wonderful presentation. Thank you
very much.
Okey-doke. G'day, Ruben.
Hello. Good morning. It's good to be back in front of council during a busy period of submissions for community board. We've got annual plan, community board plan, and the destination management plan heading out for either in consultation or heading out for consultation. It's also a really good time, I think, to acknowledge the many engaged communities that we have across Te Pātaka o Rākauhotu, and also to acknowledge our staff who are working really hard with some different balances of numbers and hours currently to serve the board and more importantly to serve our community. I think water's been the theme of this morning. It seemed to crop up in just about everything we've talked about. Generally the right type in the right place seems to be what people are after. This first photo here comes from Wainui on the 22nd of March, and it's just evidence of some of the immediate challenges, but also some of the longer term issues that our communities are facing as a result of sea level rise and climate change. The next image is a little more evidence there of just what that extreme weather event, the damage that it causes. And the next image is, the side of the road, on the side of the road. So I guess the message we're getting really loud and clear is that these residents and communities are asking for the same access to water supply, electricity, communication connectivity, and future-proofed infrastructure that residents of Christchurch City enjoy or want to be able to enjoy. You'd also have to have been hiding under a rock, I think, to miss, no visual pun intended, to miss Sail GP. I've got a short video I want to share that celebrates the strong mana whenua partnership with Ngāti Whiki and Rapaki. Should hopefully play. Here we go, stand by.
From the beginning, waka and water have brought people together. From the heavens, from distant lands, from around Aotearoa, New Zealand, our ancestor, Te Raki Whakaputa, claimed whakaraupo for his descendants. Now we, Te Hapu o Ngāti Wheke, are its guardians for ours. The ocean sustains us, carries us, and today it unites us. Let's race.
So for those who were lucky enough to get over to Whakaraupo or Littleton for the race days, it was pretty stunning action. And for the 50 million people who got to watch it around the world, it was a pretty incredible showcase of Littleton Harbour, of world-class sailing, and of the effect that dolphins can have. But I think more importantly, it's the kaupapa of partnership, collaboration and legacy. That's what our board hears time and time again from our communities. And that's the reason that in our previous term, the board sought a destination management plan for Te Pātaka o Rākau Hautu, which is to manage, plan for and protect our environment, our communities and our visitors. So we were really grateful for the financial support from central government to realise that plan, and also to council for the additional $20,000 to enable meaningful community consultation on that destination management plan. And the results really give the power to the board to make a decision on whether to endorse it, and if not, why not, or what changes the board would want to see to that destination management plan, so they can endorse it with confidence that that's carrying out the wishes of the communities across Banks Peninsula. And that'll be coming to our meeting on the 17th of April in Akaroa. That is, there's some nice pictures there just to woo everybody across to Te Pātaka o Rākau Hautu, but also a little bit of time there if anyone's got any questions.
Yep, before you, I was thinking. You did right with the Sail GP. Rapaki really pulled out all the stops. I talked to Carl Budge and Russell Coots. Carl said that he's been doing ASB Classic in Auckland for 9 years and has never had a welcome like that. They were totally blown away. So I take my hats off to everyone that was involved, but also the quality of the videos that we're having from all the community boards, I think is outstanding. So Tyrone.
Kia ora. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Reuben. You mentioned the destination management plan, and I guess it's really, really important that the community voice is heard throughout in that for lots of different reasons, a lot of the reasons that have been touched on this morning. Do you think there's been enough community consultation around the DMP, the Destination Management Plan?
I think there's been some good consultation so far, but I certainly know that the request that I'm getting a lot of from the community via email and phone call and messengers late at night is they would like more, and also there's some quite specific ideas about what that consultation should look like to reach communities that are a little more remote, a little more isolated, but also to reach people who are increasingly busy and especially given where we're at with our current tourism season, not necessarily hanging out on Facebook to answer surveys, but if you catch them outside the supermarket or ducking into the library, they're more likely to get involved in providing a response.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Reuben. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Lucky last, Callum. And Kia.
Thanks. Yeah, we're feeling a bit ashamed that we haven't got a nice slick video for you, but
I'm sure there's one in the making.
Dance for one of our items. So cool. Oh, thanks for welcoming us here today. Ngamihi kia koutou. So we'll get right into it. So our board's been having a lot of consultation, obviously, on the annual plan, and one thing that we wanted to sort of talk a bit about was the properties for disposal. Our board area has quite a few properties for disposal because of a lot of red zone land in the hills and things like that. So we just want to sort of say that we think it's really great that the staff have put extra special focus on this coming down to the board to really sort of step us through it. We see some extra opportunities maybe for future annual plans. And particularly, we think, in particular, if the community board can see earlier in the cycle what properties are up for disposal, would be helpful in terms of seeing if there's any opportunities to address community needs with council land. We sort of feel like we don't really have heaps of time between now and the end of the submissions process to do that, but that's an opportunity for improvement. But we also do think it's really important that that any land that is going up for disposal is assessed for its existing or potential future canopy cover sort of provision, if it can support the urban forest plan at all. We've certainly found a few parcels of land that we think could fit the bill for that as part of our process. Kia, do you want to talk a bit about?
Truly the most exciting part of the board report. So this is we recently considered 2 reports about essentially road stopping, which is where a private landowner seeks to purchase the berm from the council that is in front of their property. We ended up declining one of those applications because we felt that the existing tree on that berm was offering some amenity value to the street. This is Humboldt Street in Sydenham, and it was a benefit. One of the things that we noticed was that the policy perhaps was quite focused on the transport and utilities side of things, and maybe didn't consider some of that more green infrastructure and some of the broader strategic concerns the council might have. So we are suggesting that the council might like to have that policy reviewed. I understand that in the meantime, staff have paused processing these applications, and that there are conversations about how that policy could be updated. So there is a more formal report coming to council on that later in the agenda. More exciting and more fun was the community board went down to the Waltham Community Fair, where we hung out and had a really nice time on a lovely summer's day. Waltham is a community that is a real priority for our board, and we discuss it as part of our board priorities, is particularly how we can work with Waltham to manage some of the changes that are coming through with intensification. So it was really great to go down there. We did some engagement where we were talking to the community about what do they love about Waltham and what could be improved. So that was a really lovely day out. And particular thanks to the staff who came down on a Saturday and spent a good chunk of their day helping out. So that was really lovely. The other recent bit of outreach we did was we were down at the Christchurch South Farmers Market last Sunday, just talking to residents about the board plan, the annual plan, and particularly one thing that people were passionate about was South Library. We had residents coming up and talking about the impact that libraries have had on their lives, and some really touching stories actually about the changes that libraries can make, particularly for children.
Well, thanks, Kia. Actually, I mean, on the topic of the South Library, I want to talk a bit about the rebuild and where that's at, and some of our board's concerns and hopes for this project. Obviously, I just want to reiterate that this is a fantastic facility. It's more than just a library. It's a full spectrum service centre. It's one of the most well-used facilities in the city, far beyond just our ward. It's higher book turnover than the Central Library, and it's really well loved by the community, despite being covered in red steel at the moment. It's an incredibly popular and well-loved facility, and the community has been promised by this council a like-for-like replacement rebuild. So that's the high expectations of the community there as well around how this will progress. Bit of context too is that the board has supported the delay of this rebuild for a number of years now, because we saw that it was important to prioritise communities that had higher need, that had no facilities at all, out in Linwood and Hornby, and we stand by that support. But what it does mean is that this project is in a position now, over a decade delayed, that it's being built in a very high inflationary environment. Staff are currently designing the rebuild of this facility to the budget that's allocated in the LTP, which is 22.5 million, which was set in the last LTP. But as early as July last year, councillors received advice, and you can see the detail of this up on the screen there if you sort of got any questions. But councillors received advice that this number would be insufficient really to deliver that level of service that we're currently delivering to the community. And I guess the rub of this is that our board is gravely concerned that unless councillors opt to adjust the budget to meet inflation, especially now, especially in the design phase, this very sensitive phase where we're setting out the scope of the facility as it would look, at the end of construction, that unless we adjust the budget now to meet the actual needs of this facility, that the scope of this project will be eroded to the point that we actually, potentially could deliver a substandard facility that fails to meet the obligations we have to our community. So yeah, that's kind of what we're here to kind of ask today, and I did want to just leave it there to give plenty of time for discussion with councillors as well. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's us. Thanks.
Good. Thank you, Jake. We've got time for one. That's it.
Yeah, it'll be a quick one. Hey, look, thanks for that. That's I think your point is really pertinent about the making sure that the project is designed for the original scope and that that work's happening now. In terms of getting ahead of our annual plan, I'm just spitballing out loud and in public, which I try not to do. Have you thought? Would you be open to perhaps bringing a Part A to council from the board to seek an endorsement in principle that we would support the higher allocation?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, anything that would be an effective tool for that. Yep, this board would be keen to jump at that.
What we should discuss with ward councillors.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for coming in. Brilliant. So I'd just like to thank all the boards for their presentations. I will now ask for a mover and seconder, and I'm the mover, and Pauline's the seconder, to receive the monthly reports. And you what? No, we didn't have time. But I can't hear. Debate. Oh, okay. Far away.
Thanks. I'd like to thank the boards for coming in. It's always really good to see what's happening across the entire city. And I just really want to back the comments that Callum made about South Library. South Library is a hugely valued part of the metropolitan network of libraries, and it has been a really, really long time coming. It's sitting at just on enough code to stay open, and any significant shake could actually see it closed. A year ago, as a council, we signed off on having a rebuild instead of a repair. And we knew that the budget would be around between $25 and $26 million. And we said at that time, we resolved that we recognised that there wasn't enough budget to do that in the long-term plan, and that we would need to put more budget on. While we've got $9 million from the Better Off Fund, that is not enough money. And because the LTP hasn't been done yet and we haven't had a chance to put additional budget on, staff are now designing it to the funding that's currently available, which is the LTP allocation plus Better Off, instead of what councillors were expecting, which was between $25 and $26 million. I think that we need to make sure that the agreed budget that we talked about in the meeting at the time that we said we would work towards is the one that staff are working towards, so that we can give the community a fit-for-purpose library that will meet the needs of the community for decades to come, instead of scrimping and saving now. Thank you.
All right, well, yeah, far away.
Yeah, I applaud the staff for doing the design and sticking to the budget they were given. Too often in the past, we haven't done enough of that. And I can almost guarantee there'll be a whole lot of architectural elements that'll be added to this library so it wins awards all over the country. That are they really necessary to get a good functional library? Yes, you need all the aspects that the community want, but there will be design elements in there. We'll bring in glass from Italy and all sorts of things like we did on the big library in town, because we do it every single time, and the square meterage rate will probably be equivalent to that of a hospital. And we
Strip it out of the stadium then, shall we?
Have that. Oh, sorry, what was that from the hectares? Take it out of the what, sorry? Oh, well, should we go to the public and ask them if they want the library out of the couple of minutes?
Moving right along, everybody. Melanie?
Just want to say, sometimes when budgets are increased and we put more into the capital value of something, that can reduce the OPEX costs of a building over decades. That may well give us more than we might be spending at that point in time. So I think people need to look future forward and to build the best facility that we can. Thanks.
Okay, right, we're on a roll. Tim?
Yeah, thank you. Look, it's a real shame that it's got a wee bit flippant. The
This building is incredibly important, not just to the immediate community, but to the wider community, and was second and used as the main library as it was being rebuilt. So it's actually really important for the entire Christchurch, certainly the south of Christchurch. As it was mentioned before, it's at 32%. One little shake and it has to close. There is no question about that. And it's being held up by red pieces of steel. And to suggest that we're looking at Italian glass and marble floors, etc., it has been an outstanding building, and it was very practical when it was first built. One of the comments that was made when we looked at this and asked for feedback from the community was from an old gentleman who said he doesn't know how we got it, but to sit in a building that's open plan and be able to hear while children are playing and people are talking in the cafe and a community is doing what communities do, he said is absolutely amazing. So that's one of the takeaways I got from when we were looking and talking to our community about building something rather than shaving quality from a building that is needed by a community. So it'd be nice for some around the table to remember the sacrifices that our community made for others as we move forward.
Thank you very much. We've really got everyone. We've got everyone moved up now. Yanni, your turn.
I was just going to move an amendment that we add 25 million to the South Library project budget.
It's not. This now's not the time to do that.
When's the time to do it?
It will be sometime in the LTP, I assume. Yeah. So
Mary.
So, or can
Wait, shush, let
I know-
Mary speak.
So I know we're in debate, but with the previous resolution that we've got is that a report's coming back in Q2. So I don't know why we're having this big argument now when the work is underway,
Right,
and we should be getting a report.
I'm going to put the motion. Everyone's head.
So can I just say? So hang on. So
Right,
I appreciate
if you
that
want to
people
speak,
have
he's got to speak.
different views around what we should do with this particular building, but the reality is we've already made a decision as a council. We've got work underway to come back to us with, to quote, the development of a concept design and costing for consideration by council by Q2 2023 to allow time for public inclusion in the design process. So the work is already underway. There's been different facilities that we've built that we've had. Some have had cost blowouts, and we've put additional money on to improve the scope and make things better. There's been other things that we've value engineered and not done the things that people have wanted because we didn't have the budget for it. And we need to try and find a balance, obviously, with the things that are happening. And we've just heard around O'Kane's Bay water supply this morning.
Okay. I'll go back to it. We're receiving the monthly report from the community boards. We're not discussing this all over the village. That will be a report on the South Library coming to us soon.
Can we just have a note in the minutes that records that work is
If you
underway
want.
and happening?
Yep. All right, so I'm now going to put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you, carried. Woo. Right, now we are consider the Community Board Part A reports, starting with item number 9, road stopping at 11 Humboldt Street, Sydenham. Thank you. I want to ask a question. Mel wants to move it, and Sam is said here. Sorry, and Tim will second it. Thank you, Bruce. All yours, mate.
Really here for questions. I think the community board's recommendation's quite clear. We'll take a moment just to make sure everyone understands what we have done in terms of the community board's request for reconsideration of the policy. That makes complete sense, and we saw that at the time when the community board made that first recommendation. So we have moved to look at those applications that are coming through where there is conflict with strategic outcomes and say we won't take any more of those, put those on hold. We are still looking at them on a case-by-case basis if they don't conflict with the strategic objectives. And my team with our colleagues in policy and strategy and transport have started work on designing a process, and we'll be shortly going out to all the community boards to have discussions about changes and updates to this policy.
Okay, thank you very much. Aaron?
Yeah, so I understand the one around the not selling the land because of the tree. Why don't we not just put a protection order on trees before we sell the land, if there's significant trees on land?
That could be a matter we consider through that policy review.
Right, okay, yeah,
Okay,
'cause that would seem to make more sense.
Thank you. I'll go, and then Yanni. Bruce, do we have to be careful how we word this? Because, say for argument's sake, it would stop every piece of land that you or us may want to sell. Say for argument's sake, could be mentioned, oh, we won't sell Orange Theory Stadium because we could put some trees on it. Have we got to be careful along those lines, or is that am I thinking?
So the council already has retention criteria that specifically looks at all of its plans and strategies before we consider any sale or any disposal of property. So if there is a plan that says we will plant trees on X site, that we can point to and know that that's going to happen, then we wouldn't even put it up for a decision. So the only properties that we look at for sale are where there is no currently identified use in any plan or it meets any of those other retention criteria. So we already have that in place there. So what we're looking at specifically for this policy relates to the situation where there could be further intensification, particularly on properties, and that is not adequately taken into account. It could be looking at where the particular part of the road reserve that is being considered for discontinuation should have had trees because the rest of the street has it, or there's those opportunities. So we want to look very closely at that aspect of it.
Okay, thank you. Yanni, you had a question?
I was just, in the report under 3.5, I was just concerned to see that it says there's properties which have effectively incorporated a portion of the legal road land adjoining their front boundary and have been fenced off. Is there any work underway around the site to ensure that people aren't doing this? And I didn't really understand what the mitigation was, because it does seem quite strange that if I can just finish, if we're going to review the council's road stopping policy in light of the urban forest plan, do we also need to add something in there about the encroachment onto public space as well, and what is going to be done to deal with that?
I think that's a fair point, so yes.
Okay.
The move in the second would be happy. I appreciate that. Just incorporate something in the resolution that does that.
What do you reckon, Lynn?
Yeah, you don't need it in the recommendation. We will get onto that.
Okay.
Unfortunately, as a very young property person, I was involved with trying to resolve encroachments that came from the Dunedin City Council's desire to allow people to plant gardens during World War II to grow food. And still in the late 90s, we were still trying to resolve those issues where they were still occupying council land for those purposes. So it's a matter that's very dear to my heart, so I'll make sure we address that.
Yeah, maybe we could just have a noting provision so the action.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thanks. Just while this one is mainly focused on the road stopping policy, and it was clear that needed to happen. You mentioned that all of the bits of land that we sell go through a process where they look at different departments. But something that Callum mentioned earlier that our board had asked about is that actually the property disposal process that's going through the annual plan, none of those properties have been run past anyone to see whether they would be suitable.
That's incorrect.
Okay,
Councillor.
So we had asked staff at the time.
Yes.
They said it hadn't gone past.
Yeah, no,
people
that
to
has
consider
gone.
they'd be
That has
suitable
gone
for
through.
planting trees.
It has gone through staff, and we've removed some where they'd identified they were suitable for other purposes, even when those purposes weren't listed in any plans or strategies. So we certainly do that process, and we look at those things. We take a completely balanced approach, trying to look across all of council's objectives. But the one thing we do try and do is don't just hold it because it might be useful for someday. We want to actually see there is a plan and there's a pathway to get there for use there. And that's where there are gaps, that those fully developed plans aren't in place for a number of areas and strategies. And and there needs to be some further work on those. So that will need to be done in time with working with our colleagues on that.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so we've got a mover and seconder. Have we got any debate? Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Thank you. Carried. Number 10, Waterloo Road improvements, pavement markings. I'm happy to move this. Mark's happy to second it. Any debate? All those in favour? Against? Thank you. Carried. And ditto for the next one. Everyone happy? Pauline will move it. I'll second it. All those in favour?
Sorry, hang on.
Yanni's got a question. Sorry, Yan, we're going a bit fast there for you.
Yeah, thanks. So
and we're not paying anything for it. So, sorry, Yanni, you had a question.
Yeah, I was just kind of interested in the fact that there being no community consultation on the plans. Sorry, a resource consent process is completely different to what a normal council process would be around community engagement and consultation. So I just was trying to understand if we have any policies or protocols around that. I've read through the resource consent, and I don't know if people have looked at it, but there's about 100 different documents and attachments. It's very complex. It's very technical. Anyone making a submission on that would be, you'd have to participate at the start to be involved at the end. And I'm just surprised that there hasn't been any sort of community engagement around, once the decision's been made for the consent, around the council plan for the traffic lights. So is that kind of a normal thing that we wouldn't consult local people with plans for a traffic signalised intersection?
Well, it's better for everyone, I believe. Yeah. But anyway, if you've got to
I think, can I, before you come in with the technical part of this, Andy's, from a planning perspective, far more technical than I am, but we are enacting the outcomes of the resource consent, and it has been to the community board, and it is coming to you as a part A. So we've been over this process before, and if necessary and it's quicker, we can update you with a bit of a flow chart on how that process works. But the staff here are just enacting what has been approved as part of the detailed resource consent process that has been through. Have you got anything to add to that?
Other than it was a publicly notified consent, and the community had an opportunity at that point to have an input into even the design of the signals if they so chose to.
And that's probably the point at which we can answer anything.
So do you think, like in terms of, we opposed it at the start, we were concerned about the problems it would create with access, traffic, run contrary to planning rules as the site was notified in the district plan as a main shopping hub. Do you think, like based on the hearing process, that all those concerns have been alleviated? Because I was just trying to understand in the report whether just because it's been consented doesn't mean that we have to do it as a council, do we?
We have provided you with the facts in that report. You can take that as you like. The consent has been approved, and this set of signals has been approved to be implemented as part of that consent, and staff are undertaking their duty in enacting this report.
Right, but just from a legal point of view,
I can't comment any more on this.
That's been well answered. Thank you very much. No, that's great. Yeah. So I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Thank you. Do you want that recorded, Yanni? Thank you. So that's carried. Thank you very much. Right. Now it is 11:20. If we come back at 12:20, please, because we've been a bit busy this morning. So see you soon. Righto, guys, thank you very much. Let's get into round 2. So we're up to item number 12, the draft D-R-A-F-T, for anyone who's not aware, draft strategic framework. Elizabeth Mania, welcome to the table.
Kia ora. Good morning, everyone. So we're bringing the draft strategic framework to council, recommending you adopt it as a draft to inform development of the long-term plan. It's important that we adopt it as, together with the letter of expectations, this provides the basis for staff to start building activity plans, which is work that's going to get underway this month. It's going to start next week, in fact. We appreciate the time that you've put into this draft. It started straight after the election last year with a workshop and continued with a workshop in early December up in the Mayor's Lounge. And you've done further work this week to refine the draft. So we appreciate the time that you've spent on it. It is on the big tin can and available on the screen as well. And remember too that this front page has got detailed actions sitting under it, and you'll have an opportunity to review them. We're going to be testing them with the organisation through the activity plan process, and they'll come to you for review. As we mentioned yesterday, this is being adopted as a draft. Engagement with mana whenua is continuing, and the Tiriti Partnerships team are making that happen along with the team that run the LTP. And those conversations are providing an overview of the LTP process, and we're getting feedback from Papatipu Runanga on what's important to them, and that will be fed into the LTP process. So that's in brief. We're recommending adoption of the draft today for the purpose of informing development of the 2024 to 2034 long-term plan.
Thank you very much. I'm more than happy to move this, and Kelly's happy to second it. So have we got any questions, please? Ooh. Okay, we've got any debate? Right, we're on a roll here. Pauline.
Just to thank you for all the work that you've put into it, and I know it's had a couple of iterations, and thank you for also including the biodiversity and environmental things that we were quite insistent to go in there. And so, yeah, really appreciate it, and I think we've got a good result, particularly since the it's still in draft, and we can do a little bit more refining and maybe lay it out more in an easy to follow kind of table as well for people. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, so Tim, sorry.
Tyler's got his hand up, but I've got a question. Tyler, can I have a look at your microphone? It looks like you're in a DJ box.
Very good. Sorry, you did have a question.
Doof, 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 doof.
Is that your... yeah, where you go, man?
For youth portfolio. Have a streaming setup. Out the gate. I just wanted to give a massive mihi to my whanauka, Mananui, and also to our amazing treaty staff and Manaia and etc. for this morning. I also wanted to just highlight that it's really cool to see the strategic framework coming out through a treaty lens also, and it's really nice that we were able to do those upgrades on that. So I really appreciate council on this. It looks really good. I'm looking forward to seeing how it looks after the draft is complete. Kia ora.
Kia ora, mate. Thank you very much. So with that, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? Thank you. Carried. Thank you. Righto, now we're up to number 13, letter of expectation for the long-term plan, and Peter's going to get us up to speed. Before you get going, I'm happy to move it, and Sam's happy to second it.
So no pressure.
Giving you a wee bit of a heads up on where we're heading here.
Okay. Look, just a 1 minute front end to this as a bit of context. Look, the LTP's actually been being planned for the last 6 months, but this probably marks as near as we get to a formal kickoff. It is the most complex process in the organisation, as you'd expect from a $10 billion piece of decision making. It's essential that staff and councillors have clarity about what the priorities and content will be and how the process will unfold, and we've got that here. basically, we're ready to, once this is accepted today, ready to crack on and then see you in July for the co-development process. There's been a lot of goodwill and patience to get to this point, so thank you for that. It is a long way between now and Christmas, but we're ready to crack on.
Okay, so anybody got any questions? Aaron?
Yeah, just one thing around the long-term plan and the way that we do it and engage it, because I didn't see it written in the letter of expectations, is because I've raised it for a few years around doing it differently. Because it's the long-term plan, more like share an idea, so it has a lot bigger public-facing form of engagement than a traditional long-term plan. Is there any consideration to that? And
there is
a letter, but
there is. We're working with Katie McRae from Comms on a pre-engagement process that isn't quite as open as just what do you reckon, but actually asks people about choices. And we will come back to you with how that will run. She's just working through that. But it's the design of it is to come back to you and say, people have given us this kind of steer, this kind of steer, this kind of steer about these choices, rather than just a clean slate, because that unstructured may not be that helpful.
But with the, we know that format and that version worked really, really well.
Yep.
And there's an old saying along the lines of keep doing the same thing, expecting different results. I'm not sure exactly how it goes, but it's like that. And what's that, mate? Insanity. Yeah, there you go. So that's why I was hoping we might be quite different.
What Katie's talking about doing is something we haven't actually done before. So I think I'd probably rather not speak for her exactly how it will work.
So what I can say is that we have taken that feedback on board, that Katie has worked with the engagement working group over the last 12 to 18 months, and she will come back to council in a few weeks' time to share the ideas, if you like, as to how we're going to do pre-engagement on the long-term plan. So we are moving away from simply consulting with a predetermined proposal. It's going to be much more freeform, but we want to work through with you what that looks like and what involvement councillors can have with staff in that process.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you. What we often do with our annual and long-term plans is there's a whole pile of really good stuff that happens in the background, lots of good infrastructure planning, but then elected members pick a random number that they think is an affordable percentage and work towards that. Will there be an assessment of what our goals are and our targets are as a city, so on already signed off plans such as our climate resilience strategy and our climate emissions, and then what is needed to reach those, and what that would cost over a period of sort of 30 years as part of this process? It seems to me a much more sensible way to say, we've agreed this is where we need to be as a city, how do we get there, and how much might it cost as a starting point before we start cutting things?
Look, that's a complicated question, but the best answer I can give is there is no number built into this framework. What this framework asks us to do is to go away and understand what we're trying to achieve, then figure out what that will cost, and then figure out what we can afford as the third question.
Yeah.
Rather than starting with 3.78 and working backwards.
Yeah.
So this letter is designed to build that picture up and then figure out where the line is, rather than starting with a number.
Okay, so there will be an assessment that will be public at some point in the process of whether our long-term plan and our infrastructure strategy helps us or gets us to where our goals are. So acknowledging that the infrastructure strategy will be out past our targets for emissions reduction, for example.
How we calculate the answer on emissions is probably a little bit beyond me.
Yeah, but
I can
a high-level assessment as opposed to
what I can say is that we're working on an approach whereby things that say contribute to climate resilience don't simply pop up like mushrooms all over the place and we don't know what they add up to. We're looking for the ability to aggregate, look at that suite and say, now that we've pulled them out of the plan, is that the right suite to do to achieve what we're trying to have as an outcome.
Yeah,
And we've never actually taken that approach before.
that's right.
So both in OPEX and CAPEX, we're looking at the ability to sort, pull out, and then examine critically as part of the co-development process.
Yeah, and it'll be those projects which actively contribute to us lowering our emissions and an assessment of those, as well as other projects that will be increasing emissions potentially, because it might be a project that has to happen, but there'll be an assessment of what that does.
Well, part of every project, getting into the weeds a little bit, but part of every project is what are the downsides.
Yeah.
If it turns out it's a very dirty project, but it needs to happen, that should be in the project
Yeah.
business case. But in terms of the things that help us get there, as I said, it's a little complicated, but identifying and tagging everything, pulling it into one place, and then handing it over to you to say, this is our assessment of how effective this cross-program suite will be,
Yeah.
is a new step for us. And we actually spent yesterday working on how to do that.
That's great. And some of our other strategies that we've signed off over the last sort of, decade or so, will there be some sort of assessment against those as well? So some of them are, the strategies we said, this is something we'd like to do, our arts strategy, Toa Te Tahi, for example, a lot of it's unfunded. Will there be some sort of assessment for each of those strategies that says, this is what we've got planned in the long-term plan. It won't meet all of the things, but this is where we're at for this strategy as opposed to random art stuff.
I know that Elizabeth's team is doing a strategy stocktake.
Yeah.
So that we can look back, cast back, and see what they're all adding up to. One of the difficulties of strategies from way back in the day is that they didn't have a lot of substance underneath them. A lot of the time they were high-level words.
Yeah.
And so the exact, what are we going to do, what's it going to cost, sometimes isn't there. The more recent ones have been a lot stronger.
That's right. The recent ones have been.
Yep.
Yeah. And the Urban Forest Plan, for example, has a section in the back which says these are the actions, unfunded, unfunded.
Great answer.
So just one additional component, and that is in the activity plans, we're encouraging staff to look at relevant strategies for the activity plan, so that when those activity plans are presented to council, there will be an opportunity to assess how far through are we in implementation of the strategy, and is it still relevant as part of that process.
So the rationale for a level of service should say, this level of service is in support of strategy X.
Thank you. Tyler? Buddy? This is you.
Kia ora. Just a couple of questions. The first one is around what are the key differences between the last LTP expectation letter compared to this one?
To do that in 1 minute is kind of hard, but I'll give it a crack. We learned a lot from the last one. The last one, what was successful, the co-development process. Spending 6 months with you as a team to work through drafts to get them right together was a lot better than, here's a fait accompli, please sign it. So that was one thing we learned. We learned a lot about the infrastructure strategy and the finance strategies being front and center early on. So the DNA is clear, and we've had the discussions with you to know what you want to do, and then we can go build in confidence. That was another key learning. Another one is that our asset data may not always be where we want it to be, and that we've got to work on that. And lastly, that the capital prioritisation process, we learned a lot from moving from, here's a giant list, like a phone book of projects, you figure it out, to here are lava diagrams of renewals and levels of service and growth, and this is what we can deliver, and can you now focus on moving projects above and below that line so that you've got a more strategic view of the projects than just a great big list. So look, in a nutshell, they're the kind of things we learned. We got stuff back from the Auditor General, and there's a lot of detail, but that's the 1 minute potted version of what we learned.
Okay, thank you. I might want to take this next question offline, but it's around the influence that developers have on our capital projects, and particularly our developments in the central city. So I just wanted to get that noted about, maybe we could talk about that further in another time.
Okay.
Thank you. So, Celeste?
This is a question that's sort of following up on Aaron's question around engagement. I know we're getting a report back from Katie in regards to the engagement working group, which is looking at what improvements we can make.
Yep.
My observation through the annual plan process is that many communities are still struggling to understand and engage with council. We held a meeting in Coastal Ward, which I think was really useful. Are we looking at, and would it be useful to include something in this letter of expectation around resourcing for perhaps holding more opportunities for people to engage? Or is that something that we can do outside of this process?
I think it might be best to receive Katie's advice first before we jump ahead of that, because I don't want to preempt what she has to say when I don't actually know what I'm talking about.
Good
So
question. I should
perhaps-
try that. I do it every day. Right, Yanni, please.
So, in the letter, it talks about, more transparency, and on page 135, it's essential that there is a measured and transparent program of presentations on activity and asset plans to council between July and December 2023. Can I just check whether that will be transparent to the community? In the past, when we've done LTPs, several iterations ago, we did have a public committee that had minutes, reports, was open to the media, open to the public to watch what was happening in terms of the development of the LTP. And in my personal view, it worked quite well. So if we wanted something similar to happen as part of this LTP, what would be the process for us to give that direction? Do we have enough in here, or do we need to put an explicit?
Based on the advice in here, what we've got at the moment, and it's pending council's decision about this, of course, is that the documents that you consider in the co-development process are available on the web for the community to see, even prior to the meeting, and that they continue to be available right through the co-development process. I think, and I'm not certain, but I think that the public is able to be admitted to those meetings, or briefings, I should say. The only thing that is a point of clarification is it going to cost us a bunch of money, because there's a lot of meetings involved here, a lot of briefings involved, I should say, to live stream it as well, because I don't think resourcing is available to do that. But that's still a discussion that's ongoing.
Right.
So the intent and the goodwill is there, and certainly around making the documents available and attendance available. Cool. The live streaming is still up in the air, but I think that the resources aren't there.
Yeah, and there'll be, just to be clear, there'll be recorded minutes or actions or notes where what's discussed, what's directed will be clearly captured.
If I recall, that was raised last time, and the answer was not as straightforward as that. I'm looking for any guidance from.
So I think there is a difference between having considering a formal report and having a briefing, because the briefings enable a useful expression of diverse views before a final decision is arrived at. So at the moment, there is not a proposal to take minutes of every single briefing for the LTP process, because we have to bear in mind the advantage of doing that versus the staff time involved in doing it. What we have undertaken in the draft letter is to find ways to enhance transparency through the process. And there are many ways in which we can do that. I think what we need to do is come back to you with the plan of how that objective is going to be met.
So where projects are not put in based on direction by, one fewer hand going up around the table than the ones that stayed down, there's no record of that. So how does the community know what the view is around some of the directions if we're not recording
Because when the report and the draft plan come to council, there is an opportunity for alternative views to be put forward.
But if something hasn't even made it in to start with, and we've given direction, the community has no idea of who's given what direction.
When we look at the way in which we are enhancing transparency, what we can do, Councillor Johansson, is give some further thought as to how that is.
So when we give direction, I would like it to be recorded. So
yeah,
there's a
okay,
record
be
of it.
recorded. But Lynn's answered the question. Thank you very much. Right. Was that debate in the end? I can't remember. Where were we? Questions or debate?
Questions.
Still questions, Pauline?
question. It's just a slight word addition on page 3 where we've got while protecting our biodiversity. Can we please have Indigenous put in there? Thank you. Just a simple one.
Okay, so now we'll go into debate. Who would like to go first? No one? That's great. Yanni, yes, please.
I mean, I think it's really good what we've heard from staff, and I think the letter hopefully makes it really clear that to get more transparency is really important. We had an ombudsman's review, and one of the things that came out of that was the need to have better records of where we do have briefings and things that aren't formal meetings. So, you know, I'm heartened to hear the staff say that they will make as much information able to be made transparent with our community and with people that may wish to come in and watch what we're doing. Like I said, we have in the past taken a very formal approach to developing an LTP, and you know, and I think James was here when we did that. It seemed to work really well. We didn't get all the sort of concerns that people might thought that things would get taken out of context. People would see quite clearly how we were developing at each different stage, and the good thing was we had good records of the decisions that were made. So I welcome the staff response around the improved transparency, and I welcome the work on how we can get better engagement. I do share the concerns that even with this current draft annual plan, it's very hard for people in local communities to know what the impact of the changes are going to be. And to highlight one is the craft projects, for example, where people in my ward have no idea about what's being done when and what the changes are. It's just completely not clear from the documents that we've made available. So, and this isn't new. We've heard this from previous submitters coming into our annual plan or LTP processes. So again, I'm heartened by the work that we'll do around trying to be more open and transparent and to be better engaging with people. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you. For way too long as councils across the country, we have been under enormous pressure to try and keep our rates as low as possible. And that's mainly due to the fact that we have a really, really stupid funding system where the government basically incentivises us to sweat our assets. And that has led to a huge deficit in infrastructure across the country, which is why we're seeing so many issues with our infrastructure now. I'm really heartened by the fact that for the first time now, our council is committing to looking at what is needed going forward as our top priority, then looking at how we get there, and then looking at the cost and trying to do it in the most efficient way. When we're facing so many large challenges as a city and a nation, we need to make sure that we're doing our legislative duty and planning for the reasonably foreseeable needs of future generations, not simply trying to cut costs that will do us a disservice in the long term. It's really important that we involve our communities really strongly in that, and that as council and as councillors, we're really clear in our messaging about why it's important to invest in the future of our city, even though people are really struggling now. So this isn't a call for, really high rates. This is a call for really careful planning for the future of our city, so that in 20 years' time, people look back at our council and say, hey, they did a really good job. They've left us in a really good place as a city. And they don't look back on us and say, wow, that council, they just cut stuff and now we're wearing the costs. So I'm really heartened that we will have that assessment done. And I think that our communication with the community over how we do that and why we're doing that is really important. Thanks.
Sam?
Yeah, thank you, and thanks to the team that have worked with you, Phil and Pauline, to pull this together. I think it's a very collaborative way for us to work through the long-term plan. Just a couple of things. I mean, I'm looking really forward to working through that with council over the next wee while. I think the last one was actually quite a good process in terms of the LTP, and if we can build on that, then we're in a really good space. I mean, the thing around the transparency stuff, I just thought it's useful in a public space to sort of outline that commitment. I think everyone shares the view that we should be putting stuff into the public domain as easy as possible, because ultimately it tends to save us a lot of work as we work through sort of queries or leaks or the like. So I think we will be doing that. We take meeting minutes anyway of everything that we do, and I think if we can be as open about the challenges we face as a city with the community, that's a useful thing. And I think the other thing is, going into this, and I know it's something that Phil's campaigned on and obviously is elected, so there's a mandate for it, is about tangible things as well. So I think that the challenge is not to sort of fall into the virtue signalling type stuff, but actually the meaningful, tangible delivery for the community while we plan for the future. So I think this letter reflects that, is that actually the community want outcomes and they're under significant pressure as well. So I think it'll be a really good process for us.
Thank you, Sam. Well, with all that, I will ask Andre to say something.
Great build up. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to second Yanni's thoughts around transparency. As a community board member last term, I remember going through sort of a first long-term plan process, doing everything I can to engage with the process, engage my community with the process. I found it extremely difficult. Found it extremely difficult to get information, but also when a lot of those really, really key decisions were being made as to what's in and what's out, they were behind closed doors. There were a number of briefings. I couldn't for the life of me understand why they were not public, why they were not live streamed. When we're making multi-million, multi-billion dollar decisions, there's got to be a pretty good reason for them to be behind closed doors. And when it coming down to things like resourcing, wouldn't be a sufficient reason to deny the public to be able to view those briefings and those decisions being made, in my view. So just really like to second Yanni's thoughts, and let this long-term plan process be a very transparent one right through the process and right at the death when those really key decisions are being made.
Very good, thank you. Right, with that, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? Aaron? Yeah, thank you. Got that? So that is passed. Thank you. Okay, so now we hear from Councillor Melanie Coker. The hearings panel report on the High Street improvements. We've got Rebecca and Jacob here. Yes, we have. Yep. So come to the table, please. It'll be interesting.
Let's keep going.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Great. I'll speak to this first as the chair for the hearings panel. There were two options that were presented. The option one was the one recommended by staff, which was to put basically the right hand turning arrow from High Street into St Asaph, and option two was not to do that. Interestingly, all the businesses supported option one, but the majority of submitters supported option two. So as a panel, it's quite clear that the panel was quite happy to listen to the businesses in this case and to support option one, but we also acknowledge that there was basically a big conflict because it creates a conflict between cyclists, pedestrians and cars by having that right hand turning arrow there. So we did look at quite specific changes which you'll see on in 2.3, and so there's a map that I think is attached into the hub that points out points A, B and C that we talked about. There's a lot of things like tactile pavers in response to the submissions that we heard from. So that's about it.
Okay. So has anyone got any questions of staff? Yanni?
Just wondered how confident staff are in the costings associated with the project.
Yeah. Sorry, I can speak to that. There's 2.5 million budget, and we've had costings through at about 2.25, so there's contingency there if needed.
Right, okay. And are we getting any subsidy from NZTA?
Yes, we are.
And do we know what level that is? Has that been, I mean, it won't be confirmed until we approve the hearing panel.
We'd expect it to be 51% on eligible items.
And then I was just wondering, like, it's sort of come up before, but we don't have financial implications in the report. So I just wondered why we don't have like a section that talks through the financial implications.
Yeah, I was going to say
the project, like the cost of the project, who's subsidising it, expected subsidy.
What's in there?
So,
No, in the actual report, like I don't, like we had this issue with, I think, Antigua Street, where it just wasn't clear, but, yeah, so.
So you said, you said two figures there. What, did they add up, or
There's
you add them together?
2.5 million, sorry, there's 2.5 million in the annual plan.
Yep.
And the costs have come through at about 2.25. That's based on scheme design.
So it's around about what's on budget. I don't
Yeah,
have those
so
two
it's,
together.
yeah,
and come up
10%
with 5.
contingency effectively, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, all right. All right. And I'll ask a question. So in general, and Melanie will probably answer this, all the adjacent landowners are as happy as they can be.
The only change, well, there was some talk about car parks and things and loading zones, so we did make some changes to that, and plus they talked about trees along the street and to make sure they weren't planted so they'd block the heritage fabric of their buildings, and so that's one of the recommendations as well.
And this, I can't make it big enough. That's got the, what I call sharrows or something down the middle of the road, is it? There's a cycleway down the middle of the road combined with the cars. So that's right, I understand. Mark? Oh, you're just answering that. Right. Andre?
Thank you. Is there... are you able to tell me the reasons why we couldn't or shouldn't retain a 30k limit through here?
We're going for a shared area. It's not a shared zone as such, but we're wanting to promote safe cycling and safe pedestrian areas, and the 10 kilometres does create a safer area for all modes of transport.
We're also putting the design is such that you've got the cyclists join the carriageway to go south, and then there's a contraflow off-road cycleway going the other way. So the 10 kilometres an hour improves the safety for cyclists. And given the length of that block, I mean, the time you'd save by having a 30 kilometre speed limit is pretty minimal.
It's also a key connection between the Sinessa Street cycleway and Ferry Road cycleway and the Chelm Street one.
And sorry, what's the length of it? Approximately. Several hundred metres? 100? 200? 150 metres. Okay. 100. Cool, thank you.
I've got another wee question for you. Down, I think it's Worcester Street, that we've got a combined cycleway come road. That doesn't necessarily mean that all of those roads will start to get pressure on them to be 10 kilometres an hour? No, just this one? Okay. Righto. So, if we've got a mover and seconder. Did I do that bit? Melanie's obviously moving it, and Mark's seconding it. And Tyler, the local DJ. Far away, Tyler.
Kia ora. Just one question about the trees, Mel. Can you please elaborate a bit more on what the owners wanted? Did they want no trees outside of their building?
No. They just didn't want one to be plonked in front of the building, more like between buildings, so that people would be able to see the heritage nature of their buildings.
Oh, gotcha. No, that's cool. That's the only question I had. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, we've got Kelly and then Yanni.
Thanks. Yeah, just in terms of, to be clear, so you're expecting cyclists to ride at 10 k's an hour through that area?
We are.
Yeah. I think that's probably quite aspirational. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, look, I understand. Drivers are probably a bit more used to slowing down, when they, because of enforcement. I don't know anyone who's ever been pulled up as a cyclist for going too quick, but I'd love to hear about it if it does happen. Yeah, anyway, thank you.
Right, and Yanni, please.
Just trying to get my head around why we're providing two cycleways, like one in the middle of the road and one on the footpath.
So it's one way. So the road is one way. So if you're going southbound, so from the central city out to the major cycleway, you cycle in the road out, and the other way is effectively a contraflow. off-road contraflow going north. So you come, so if you come from the cycleway,
I get it.
from Ferry Road up to the central city, then you're off the road.
Yeah. And the reason that you didn't put a two-way cycle path?
Space, effectively. I think there was a proposal for a two-way cycleway, from memory.
It's a good result for a difficult piece of area.
Yeah, I mean, you lose road space effectively, so you'd lose parking and other things which
Aaron?
people are keen to keep.
So if we're going to make it the speed of a car park, why don't we just make it a car park and put all perpendicular parking down, and then just people would go really slow and would get a lot more cars in?
I can talk to that. One of the options we looked at was perpendicular parking, and it was seen as a safety concern with people reversing out into the one-way road.
But it's 10k, so
it was still more dangerous than this
right.
proposal.
I mean, you almost struggle to scratch paint at 10k.
Okay, so any debate? Sarah?
Thanks. I'd like to thank the panel for their work on this. This has been a long time coming back, and it's not an easy section of road. I know that this was part of a consultation and stuff, maybe 4 years ago, and we can see how amazing the other section of High Street now looks, and I think that the businesses down here will benefit from having a better looking street. I know that the street's really rough at the moment. However, I'm not able to vote in favour of this today, and that's because while the panel have made every effort to make that additional right-hand turn as safe as it could be, the original report was very clear that it is less safe for those involved, for pedestrians and cyclists, than the current status quo. And I think that as a council in a climate emergency, putting in an extra piece of roading and making it less safe for pedestrians and cyclists is a backward step. And majority of submitters agreed. Thanks.
Okay. Mark.
Thank you. In response to Sarah's concerns, as a panel, we worked really, really hard with this. We listened to the local businesses who also reside on that street day in, day out in trade, and we put a lot of effort into mitigating any risk of that right turn. We put in a number of measures. There's a step-up curb onto that, so doing 10 kilometres an hour, going up over a step-up curb, you couldn't make a much safer environment. And to the talk about the 10 kilometre speed limit for everyone, we've even gone as far as recommending to put 10 kilometre speed limit signs in for the cyclists to remind them that this is a 10 kilometre area, so that should we need to enforce it, Kelly, at least we give the local constabulary every opportunity to do so. So it was an interesting panel to be on, and it was I think we did fairly well in getting all our recommendations to try and mitigate the safety for everybody, and I'd like to recommend this to the council to hopefully pass this today.
Andrew.
Am I able to move an amendment?
That depends on what it is. Can we hear it?
Yeah, amendment for a limit of 20 k's.
Up it from 10 to 20?
10 to 20, and I've got a second.
I'll second that.
Righto.
Can we just take some advice?
We'll need to take some time to respond to that.
Okay, shall we have a break for a couple of seconds?
Should we take 5?
We'll take 5 minutes and just get our head around it. Thank
Sorry,
you.
just because we weren't aware of it. When it comes back, can we just get some advice on 20, 30 and 10? Well, no, I
So that's why we need to take some advice
Just getting some
as
advice.
to
Okay.
what the steps are.
Thank you. We're back. Andre, do you want to have a wee chit-chat, please?
Thank you. Yeah, no, taking staff advice and any changes to 10Ks would have to go back to hearings panel, which is obviously a long-winded, drawn-out and indeed costly process. So I'm happy to withdraw my amendment on that basis. I put the amendment forward just to query, to make sure we are making the best decision that we can. And I have reservations about what the public will think about 10Ks. I tried driving through 10Ks through my local retirement village, Anthony Wilding, and bless them, I do really struggle to drive at 10, but I do. It is one of the most painful exercises that you will do. But I've got full faith in the hearings panel. They're very confident that they've consulted on this, it received the feedback, and I'm satisfied with that. But do have concerns
fair comment,
as
fair
to how
comment.
10K will be seen.
Excellent.
And
So
indeed
with
exercise
that-
when driving through.
Thank you. So,
Any other debate?
any other debate? Aaron? And you?
Yeah, I was happy to support Andre in that, and because I too agree that 10K now doesn't make much sense. That is the car park speed limit that our council suggests, or we have. If you look up parking lot speed limits, that is a parking lot speed limit. This isn't a parking lot. It is a place where people will commute through on cycles, and to Kelly's point around the speed of cyclists, the average beginner cyclist does over 20k an hour when they're cycling along. So they are from what? Sorry, the what?
Let him go.
And when we first put the cycleway network on the budget of this council to encourage more people to cycle, the overwhelming feedback we got from people cycling is they wanted their cycling commute to be as quick and efficient as possible. So encouraging, slowing cyclists down through there, for me, makes no sense. 10k an hour is, like Andre pointed out, painfully slow. I would have been happy with 20 or the marked area speed limit of 30. So doing this, to me, makes no sense. And it should be perpendicular car parking through there anyway. High Street, forever and a day, had perpendicular car parking on one side of the road and parallel on the other. And it worked really well down through the section outside Echo Records, and Winds were down there, Java Cafe. It was a very busy area and it operated really, really well. So this is overkill and an overspend on something that could be more efficient.
Okay, Pauline. Oh, sorry, Sam. Sam was next.
Just really briefly, I just wanted to thank Mel, John, and Mark for the work they've done on this. I think
I go along with that. A lot of work gone into this.
Yeah, we kind of do ourselves a bit of a disservice when we relitigate a lot of this stuff. And I get where people are coming from with the speed limit stuff, but it is really helpful if it's raised prior to, so the staff can get the proper advice. It's really unfortunate that something that has got a really good compromise based on community feedback is now probably going to be perceived really negatively out in the community. I mean, I go down there quite a bit, and the reality is if you could drive faster than that, you'd be, I'd love to know what kind of car you have, because it would be a real challenge. And the other thing is, in terms of being pragmatic, the police are not going to be there with a speed gun or a speed camera gun, are they? I mean, they've got bigger challenges across the city. What this is doing is sending a signal on a very small bit of road. And I think the heartening thing for me was that Melanie, John, and Mark have been able to get a really good compromise in the community, which is what we ask the hearings panels to do.
That's
so
what they're all about.
We shouldn't relitigate this. We should just let them get on. And the last thing we need to do is create more work for what is a small stretch of land. Yeah, right.
Thank you. Look, I want to echo the thanks to the hearings panel and Melanie as well for chairing that, because it's an excellent outcome, I think. And I think 10Ks is perfect for along there. It's a beautiful stretch of road, and it's taken a while to have it restored. And I remember when the work was being done on the buildings, I think we had to agree to take out some trees there so that they could restore the verandas and the buildings properly. And so you wouldn't want to go any faster than 10Ks. You'd miss it all. And that whole area there, that whole Mackenzie and Willis, Ellis's, Cotter's building, it's an incredible wealth of heritage, and it's a beautiful, beautiful.
You can't speak.
I don't own it anymore. It's a beautiful part of the city. So I'm fully supportive of the recommendation. I'm a little bit with Councillor Templeton on that right-hand turn. The last thing we want to do is see it become a thoroughfare, a cut-through. But I reckon that's just to watch and see this space. There's nothing to say that it couldn't be addressed later on if it does become dangerous. But at the moment, I think thanks to the panel for reaching a good compromise, and I'm looking forward to supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
At 10K.
Yeah, thank you. One of the things that seems to have been missed, and it's the highest on our priority with regards to hierarchy of safety, and that is pedestrians. So 10Ks, if you're in town with the wee ones or whatever, and it is at 10Ks, it is so much more safer than it is at 30Ks or whatever. So taking the cyclists out, we want it to be a real pedestrian thoroughfare, and along with Cashel Street and Churn Street, we want to really start enlivening our central city, and we're not going to do it if we don't start slowing the traffic, including cyclists. Now, any speed limit that we have, and anywhere in New Zealand, how many people do really look at it and stay with it, whether they're driving or cyclists? Very few, I'd imagine, or I witness. So I would really encourage that we've got more 10K to support trying to encourage more people into the city to feel safe walking around. And if cyclists are breaking the law, then I hope they get pinged just like the car users. Thank you.
Okay, so Andre, you can't talk because you already have. I'm sorry. I know you're looking really upset.
So that wasn't part of the debate, though, was it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's in debate.
It's in debate.
Under 17.5 of standing orders, a member may not speak more than once to a motion at a meeting of council, committee, or community board, except with the permission.
But they were speaking to an amendment.
With the permission of the
Yeah.
Let him have a debate. He was just saying he's withdrawing.
So that was just speaking to the amendment, not debating the.
It's been standing orders and let him speak.
Fire away.
Right. Thank you. Just want to reiterate that I'm also not keen to relitigate, and that's why I've withdrawn the amendment. In terms of a compromise, I just wanted to put forward the idea of a 20, which would essentially be a compromise. I do genuinely want the public to have full faith in what we're doing here, and yeah, wanted us to consider if that was maybe a way of achieving that. My concern here is that while 10Ks is indeed safer, we currently allow people to take a Lime scooter on footpaths through our central city at 15Ks, which is 5 kilometres greater than what we're going to allow cars going through, not on a footpath. So, there is a potential issue there. It's just something I'd like to make clear, which is why I've wanted to raise the issue. Thank you.
Good point, mate. Yanni, did you have something? I saw your hand up. Yep.
Thank you. I appreciate the work that the panel has done, and I'm just disappointed that we're not providing shopping trolley parking, because if you look at Google Earth, there's a shopping trolley already parked there, and I'm concerned it might lose its space. But in seriousness, I would like council to address the shopping trolley issue. And I know that's for a different day, but just to show the impact. But what concerns me is if you look at that photo, actually what you see is a really beautiful intersection. You see nice paving, some bicycle stands, everything looks really good. But then if you look at the plan that we've got presented to us today, you can see that that intersection is going to be completely changed, and you're going to have cars driving through, making a right-hand turn. You're going to have a whole bunch of paving, I presume, dug up to make sure that all the things in the plan can happen. And I'm just worried about the cost of this. If you look at the two intersections on each end of High Street in this diagram, they're actually already being upgraded and look really lovely and have a really nice level of service. I can't justify the expense of putting 2.5 million or 2.25 million into the middle of the street to upgrade it when we've got much higher priorities in our suburbs, where we've got stagnant water that sits for months in drains, where we can't, when it rains, get the drains to function properly. And you've heard some of the deputations around some of the flooding issues. So to me, it seems like you could easily just put the renewal maintenance budgets in place for this street, make it really nice by just doing what you would normally do in terms of repairing the road and the footpaths. They look in actually pretty good condition already compared to many of the ones in my area. So I won't support the spending of this money on this project at this time, when it also seems that we're basically going over existing work that we've already done at huge cost to make it even more gold-plated. So I appreciate the work that the panel has done. I do think, listening to the submissions in terms of the design that they have done a good job in weighing up the different submitters. But from a fundamental point of view, in terms of our priorities, this to me would have to be one of the lowest priorities in the city rather than one of the top.
Okay, thank you, Yanni. Kelly?
Thanks, Phil. Yeah, look, I think that the hearings panel have done a great job, and I'm actually quite happy with the recommendation of 10 k's an hour. It does send a signal. I kind of regret saying about the cyclists, going 10 k's an hour. I know that they probably will go a bit quicker, but it is about sending a signal. I'm sure the general public would look at this and might think, as Sam mentioned, that it's hard for them to understand. But I think we wouldn't be doing our job if we didn't put a reasonable level of scrutiny on everything that comes before us. I'm happy to support this today. I get the point. So, thank you.
Okay, so we're away laughing. So I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Ooh, so we've got 1, 2, 3.
Hands.
Show of hands then. All those in favour? Yep. All those against? As carried. Thank you.
Sorry, if you're asking that your votes against be recorded or abstained, can I votes against be recorded? So it's Aaron, Yanni, Celeste, Sarah.
And Andre abstain.
Andre as well? Andre abstain.
All right. So that's passed. Thank you. So now we're up to item 15, which is the Litchfield Street. No stopping restriction. So, Mike? Happy to move? I've got a question. And Sarah's happy to move and Mark's happy to second it. I'm just trying to find out where the hell it is. I'm just trying to... if you could put the plan up on the screen, please, save me having to run around looking for it. Yep. Thank you. I totally agree of why we're doing this, because we've got a bit longer tram than we used to have. Just a question. Could we, on that plan where it says no stopping restrictions, the existing no stopping restrictions to remain, could we actually fill that up with cars? Could we make that parking? Because I understand because the backside of the tram hangs out and that's what caused the problem. I can certainly understand why we're proposing the no stopping there, but could we then fill in a little bit behind it? Possibly.
Thank you for the
question.
question.
There's going to be a good there'll be a good answer coming, I'm sure.
Yeah, I have. Yes. Well, obviously it's existing, and looking at removing it, there were two issues that looked at this in coordination with another proposal that's being looked at for Litchfield Street at the moment. But there's two issues. One is, firstly, you'll notice there's a grey path heading north-south, which runs parallel to Huanui Lane. That no stopping was there just to give people who use that walking path some visibility if they wish to cross Litchfield Street. The second is in line with proposals being looked at currently for this road. That was proposed to be a curb extension area to further assist pedestrians crossing Litchfield Street in terms of road crossing distance and sight visibility of approaching vehicles. So that was the reasoning I left the existing no stopping in that position and just extended along to ensure that there was plenty of room. Just another thing that I've suddenly remembered is that the problem there is not just with the tail swing of the larger tram that has been purchased since the tram track was put in there. It's not only the problem with that tail swing, but it's also been an issue where if large vehicles are parked poorly, i.e. out from the curb, there have been times when the tram driver has actually had to stop the tram and wait and attempt to find the owner of the vehicle. Sometimes I've heard that it's fortunate they haven't been too far away to get across the road. So putting back parking as well would just further extend an existing problem that we have with the tram tracks so close to the parked vehicles.
Mm-hmm. I just look at all of those residential buildings there, which have probably got not a lot of off-street parking, and we're just removing some, because we could almost end up the ones you're going to take away, which is fine. And I certainly understand why you're doing it. Whereas we could sort of make it not so bad and put some back, but that's right. I'm just asking the question. That's right. Okay.
Sorry, Phil, can I just point out that that's all of the parking down Litchfield Street is currently under consideration, and we're looking at the number of people there and all those kind of things as part of the Te Kaha Streets hearings panel. So we're currently looking at exactly that stretch of road.
Okay. Righto, thank you. So we had the mover and the seconder. I'll put sorry, Aaron, did you have a question?
Just a quick question. It was a follow-up to yours about the reinstating kind of the two behind. But is that a cut down coming out of Rakura Park? See, with the grey path where it hits the curb line, is that a cut down in the curb line?
Oh, it is?
It is a cut down, yeah.
Okay, no, fair enough.
So that kind of clears that up.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
Yeah.
No, thank you for that.
That's all right.
Okay, so I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Thank you, carried. Great. So I can't believe it. We're actually ahead of time. We need to be back here at 2 o'clock on the dot because we've got some more deputations coming in this afternoon, so please be prompt.
Is there anything else you want to do in the last 10 minutes?
Is there not more we can do?
So you could move up the
Which one?
triennial elections report if you...
Yes. That's
Right. I can see. I'll now bring on the triennial elections report, which I think is very good, and I'd like to move it. And I would have thought that Jake was going to second it, and he is. So there's not any questions, not any debate.
So we will need to wait until Jaylee comes. So we're asking her to come. Right
Why?
away.
Because we've got some questions.
Yes.
Of course we have. Who asked the question? Who wanted you? Was it you? What for?
So the sustainability fund, we just also we'd also need to get staff down here.
We've had the
It's not
briefing.
election year.
Had the briefing on the sustainability fund. Does anyone?
Come on, Joe. We have a question. I'm sorry, Joe. We've got a question.
I do have to apologise. Katie McRae would like to be here for this. Would you like me to get her here, or?
No, you can do you're doing a lovely job.
Quick.
Sarah would like to ask you a question, please.
I've got a question for you. And it's around the electoral process. So last term, council didn't make. So it's about the process abuse. Last term, council didn't make a public decision about what method we used for our electoral system, FPP or STB. We just kind of did that through guidance in a workshop. And I'm just wondering if we are going to get a report this time, or when the decision has to be made for whether we choose a different voting system.
This is part of the process that Helen White is working through. The decision needs to be made by September, and yes, there will be something coming to the council with regard to that, I think probably in the next couple of months.
Okay, but it will be a public report for us to make a decision on?
I'll have to defer to Helen for that, I believe so.
That'd be great, thank you.
Okay. Aaron.
Thank you for the report, it's very comprehensive. I noticed that Banks Peninsula Ward had a 60% turnout in the local body elections. Is there, what's it doing so well that the other wards aren't doing, do you think?
It must be the quality of the candidates.
I got both hands out.
No further questions.
Goodness gracious. Right. Now, no more questions? No more any debate? We've got a mover and seconder. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Thank you. Sorry to drag you down here, Kate. Now, we will have lunch and we will be back here at 2 o'clock on the dot.
Tyrone,
Thank you.
both hands.
Welcome back, everybody. We'll now hear a couple more deputations relating to items 16, 17 and 18. So the first one is the Christchurch West Melton Water Management Zone Committee. I'd like to welcome Mike Hatchett, Deputy Chairperson of the committee, and he will speak to us regarding item 16. Welcome.
Well, thank you for taking the time to hear from the Zone Committee. I'm here to briefly explain why we all need better stormwater management and erosion sediment control across Christchurch, but particularly in the Port Hills area, which, as we know, are highly erodible landscapes. The Zone Committee has an action plan, and its priority actions the last couple of years have focused on stormwater management and trying to build capacity with industry and government, and in erosion sediment control. We see that as the greatest threat to the health of our waterways right across Christchurch. Before I get into that, I would like to acknowledge the dedicated staff, both from the City Council and ECAN, which have provided us with briefings and site visits, which have informed the Zone Committee towards making this recommendation before you today. I would like to just briefly go over what the problem is we're trying to fix. As you probably know, we have mass loads of sediment and other contaminants being carried by those sediments, discharging off particularly the Port Hills area, mainly from urban development, commercial developments, into the Avon Heathcote estuary and the Opawaho waterways. From the Council's recent survey of urban development sites, they've concluded that there is currently significant industry non-compliance to the erosion sediment control plans that are set up in their regulatory regimes and their consents. And the conclusion of that is that the result is that the Opawaho Heathcote catchment and its waterways have the poorest water quality of all the 5 big catchments in Christchurch. And that's according to the annual City Council Healthy Waterways report card. To take a case in point, last year the Redcliffe Resident Ratepayers Association came to the Zone Committee and ECAN seeking to inform us of a problem that's been persisting in their area and to engage ECAN to see what they could also do about it. What we have there is streets near the Redcliffe area where in a heavy rain event we have mass loads of coarse and fine sediments washing down from that hill slope, down the roads through the urban development site, into the street, into the drains. And that's persisted for at least 2 years. The residents complained consistently with photographs and writing and videos to the City Council to remedy this problem, to no avail. The problem here is that the legal discharge limits are 50 milligrams per litre of total suspended solids, and I've seen the videos of this in a storm event, and it's running cappuccinos by the tanker load. The problem here we have is that the City Council can advise the Residents Association that the developer was in compliance with its regulatory requirements related to stormwater and erosion sediment control. Environment Canterbury looked at the issue and initially issued an abatement notice, but that was subsequently withdrawn when a stormwater management plan was found to cover the site. So legally, both City Council and ECAN regard the developer in compliance with regulatory requirements. Once those sediments and dirty water enters the stormwater system, it's the responsibility of the City Council. And this is what's happening. We have mass loads of sediment plumes entering the estuary, frequently in stormwater events. And that discharge is being covered by a consent issued by the Environment Canterbury to the City Council that covers all the stormwater discharges across the city. That consent is reviewed every 6 months by both parties, and as far as I'm advised, and in fact it's in your briefing paper as well, that at this point Environment Canterbury is satisfied with the administration of that consent by the City Council. But that is the result. So, having considered that and taken briefings by the Residents Association and City Council and ECAN officers, the Zone Committee considered the information in front of them and has made a serious recommendation both to Environment Canterbury and the City Council. And I'll read that to you. And that is that the City Council and ECAN conduct an independent audit of the environmental effectiveness of the regulatory instruments and arrangements and the capacity building that's applying to erosion sediment control and contaminated stormwater management, including that comprehensive stormwater discharge consent held by Council. And that the audit outcomes be used to improve those regulatory frameworks, the instruments around it, and the City Council ECAN protocols for cooperation, and ultimately to improve the environmental outcomes for the waterways of Christchurch. Now, from your briefing papers, from your staff, it's worth drawing your attention to the fact that the staff do not support this recommendation in that brief, and they also talk about Environment Canterbury staff not supporting the recommendation at this point. But I would draw to your attention, and I think in the first section of your briefing paper, it alludes to the fact that Environment Canterbury does not support that recommendation. That is not the case. Environment Canterbury Council is yet to consider this recommendation and will do so as we're advised in early May. But it is a cooperative arrangement to be effective. So we would argue that the business as usual recommendation by your officers is not good enough to change things, to make things better, to reduce the loads of sediment entering those waterways, and ultimately to achieve healthier waterways all round. We do request you consider carefully action and investment towards improving the effectiveness of your regulatory systems, particularly in high-risk land development areas like the Port Hills, through its consenting, regulation, compliance enforcement, and the capacity building within your offices and industry. We need to find the weaknesses in the current system as it's set out, and we need to fix them, strengthen those weaknesses for better outcomes. From my experience in this sort of game, tackling the regulatory systems and the compliance enforcement and building better capacity with industry is quite cost effective in creating the change we need to reduce the loads to our waterways and improve the waterway health. And lastly, there's a point made in your briefing papers by the staff that the pending 3 water reforms, whether they be uncertain, effectively are a barrier upon which you shouldn't take any action in the short term because whoever looks after the pipes might change. We don't think that is a valid argument, particularly when we're trying to reduce the sources of contaminants from those urban developments, and that relates to planning consents, regulation of those developments, and compliance monitoring enforcement on the ground before it gets into those stormwater systems. So I leave you with that advice and look forward to your consideration of the Zone Committee's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jenny. Tim.
Yeah, thank you. Really interesting comment with regards to the 3 waters, because my understanding is that we're going forward to do as much as we can as it planned because we want to kind of hand it over in good condition, etc. But you're saying you've been told that, oh no, we don't want to do this bit because 3 waters is, so it's exactly the opposite to what we're being told by staff who are doing other things. Is that?
It's my interpretation of your own briefing paper by your staff. It's in the last para or two where they raise the issue of the 3 waters reforms and the complication around that in relation to our recommendation.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, no, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank
you, Mr. Mayor. Kia ora, Mike. Good to meet you the other day at Rapaki Marae and have a bit of a chat about this. So, just for my own clarity, I mean, in those conversations at Rapaki, have you sort of like talked to your counterpart or counterparts in the Banks Peninsula zone just about the experiences that they're having as well? Like, because you know it's the same hill, right? Same hill, different directions, but ultimately the same sort of problem. I'm just interested if there's a kind of like a joined up sort of thought process there.
It's joining up. I think it's joining up rather effectively. Both zone committees are working on a joint working group and a workshop, effectively, in later this month, all about erosion sediment control in the Port Hills. So we're just putting together the invite list, but it's quite extensive. A number of players that might be interested in that topic. It'll be a day workshop, and we hope to come out of that with a better idea of what can be done in terms of influencing the $9 million program that Council run the Port Hills. And both zoning committees can take home some good advice from that workshop and the experts about how they can best move forward.
No, that's good. I mean, because there could be some economies of scale or whatever it is, for want of a better term. Thank you. Cheers.
So thank you. Would you say that things like up in Sparks Road, Sutherland's Basin, those sort of things certainly are helping the situation?
They certainly help retain some of the sediments, but I think the most cost-effective way is cut the source, reduce the amount of tonnage of coming off both rural, forestry, adventure parks and urban developments across the Port Hills. And that's...
Okay, so because one of the things, are you aware that at the moment we've got $100 million worth of stormwater retention basins that are on hold because ECAN are just reading the letter of the law a bit different to what I would probably read it?
I have seen media on that issue, but again, detention basins and
that's not an excuse on my part, by the way.
No, I mean my reaction to that was I think there is certainly a place for flood detention to protect some of the residential and commercial premises downstream. But if you've got significant tonnage of sediments pouring down the hills into those basins, you've got a serious maintenance cost to maintain the capacity of those flood retention basins over the long term. So again, reducing the sources is the key.
Oh, I couldn't agree with you more, but just sort of to follow on from that, reduce the source, that's for sure, but also be able to stop it going into the river. And if you have to clean it, take the Adventure Park pond, which is being built at the moment. Yes. At least it can be cleaned out before it gets to the river. So yes. I think they're quite a good thing.
They certainly contribute to reduce loads into the waterways.
Help the situation. And Waitaki Street that we are building, and it's actually on hold at the moment because of the same problem, that's taking all the stormwater from around the Aranui area down a pipe that I actually laid a long time ago through Farmer Street. But yes, time's up. Okay. But yeah, okay. I see what you're saying, and I'm certainly listening to it. Tyler, please, and then Mel.
This is actually for Helen or Lynn, just around conflict stuff, me being a part of it. Can I vote on the recommendations?
Sorry, could you repeat that, Tyler? I didn't quite catch the full sentence.
Around this issue, as I'm a part of this committee, is it safer that I stand away from the table? Saying I'm not sure where I stand. I thought it would be okay, but just wanting to just double check.
That's no problem.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, you're fine, mate.
No, that's cool. Thanks. That's it.
Okay. Mel.
Hey, thanks for your presentation. In the last slide, your second bullet point is about finding and fixing the weakness in the current BAU. And in the report that the staff gave to the committee, and it's in our agenda here, staff had said that it indicates that what they've looked at is that the controls are there and that they would be effective if they were employed properly, and the fact is that they're not a lot of the time. And so it seems to me that a lot of the problem has been identified, which is why the staff have put their recommendations through. Would you agree with that, or do you think there are other issues other than that?
I think the scope of the problem is quite broad. It's to do with the strict regulation of developments, the instruments that are used, the stormwater control plans, the erosion control plans, what's in them, what standards are set, how they're monitored, how they're complied with, what level of capacity building there is within council to even inspect and monitor effectively, and probably more importantly, the development of or building the capacity with industry so they know what best practice is and they know that if what they have to do to comply. So it's much broader than a single element It's a combination of all those factors combined which will create the change.
So, sorry, as a follow-on, so do you not believe that the officer recommendation to work together to improve construction industry compliance doesn't cover what you're talking about? Because that's quite a broad statement that would cover all of those things.
For me, it's a throwaway line. They're always doing that. You know, the officers that we deal with on both sides are always trying to deal with the problem in front of them. So that's a given. What we're looking for is actual action to change things from the business as usual model that's currently ineffective to something that's more effective in reducing loads. So I didn't see anything in that briefing note which was an action in that direction. There is consideration of a few things, but no action.
Okay, thank you. Yanni, we've all had a talk, so you had your hand up, so if it's real quick, please, mate.
Thanks. Just real quick, I know this is talking about erosion and sediment control, but in the recommendation 1, you also talk about contaminated stormwater management. And so I was just kind of interested in if you could just maybe elaborate a little bit on that and just get your view on, do you think we've dropped the ball both as a regional council and a city council over monitoring what's happening in that industrial discharges to our urban waterways? Like, is it around that sort of those industrial activities that have the potential to cause harm to our rivers that you're kind of asking us to look at in that recommendation?
Not directly. We're focusing this on the management of stormwater as it hits the ground and runs off.
Right.
Controlling where that goes and how how it flows, because that's what's causing the erosion, which causes the sediment discharge.
Right.
Those sediments come into the system, and as they move through the system, they pick up heavy metals and other contaminants that bind onto those particles. So the heavy metals and the other contaminants are being carried through the system. Whether those are coming from commercial or industrial areas doesn't really matter. The sediments are the carriers of the pollution elements that are affecting the health of the waterway. Your point's still valid. There is contaminated stormwater coming from commercial premises. Yeah. And the compliance, monitoring and enforcement of good separation of contaminated stormwater and treatment is a vital element in the picture of improving water quality.
Thank you, Mike. We've got the picture. You have run over a fair bit of time, and I've given you a bit of rope. So thank you very much for coming in. Good on you. Right, we now have Adriana coming to talk us about holes in concrete. Kind of. Welcome back.
Thanks. Thanks for having me. For those of you that don't know me, my name's Adriana. I have a Master of Science in Urban Resilience and Renewal, and it's that study that led me to get my certification as a permeable concrete contractor, because I wanted to apply my studies in a really practical way to help us build cities more resiliently. So I'm here to talk to you about how we can lower our flood risk with these urban developments through permeable pavements. 5 years ago, the Ministry of the Environment convened an urban water working group, and their second principle that they created out of 10 was to use engineering solutions where possible to mimic natural processes found in the environment, aka permeable pavers, permeable concrete. You can even get, there's like a hexagonal honeycomb plastic grid you can put down and then put gravel on it if you want like a really economical surface course for it. But essentially, we just want to replicate greenfield and let rainwater fall through the layers and infiltrate into the ground like nature intended, rather than paving and having to convey water and deal with it being polluted elsewhere. So the system I'm used to dealing with, for every 35 square meters of driveway we put down, 1 cubic meter of stormwater is retained in that system. So what we're doing now is, you put down a car park, say you get a 2-year storm and 5 centimeters of rain drops on it, and we have to put it somewhere because it's a hazard. So we want to put it into a stormwater pond that's as small as possible because there's no return on investment for big soil grass. And essentially what we're doing is we're taking that water and we're stacking it. So we have terrible silty soil in Christchurch. Sometimes it's 2 millimeters an hour, 4 millimeters an hour infiltration. And based on that infiltration rate, that stormwater pond will take you 10 days to draw it down, which is fine unless you get another storm, and then suddenly you're flooding. So what we want to do is infiltrate where the water lands, prevent pollution from happening. You know, there's bacteria that bioremediate motor oil in the base course. It's mimicking the forest. So that same storm, we would only have 5 centimeters of rain to deal with, and at 2 millimeters an hour infiltration rate, it'll take you a day to draw down that stormwater. You can use it to infiltrate roof water. So in this picture, it's pretty typical. You've got some decorative stone, so large media that comes out of downspouts doesn't plug up your base course, and then you've got a impermeable liner that protects the foundation of your building, and then you have an engineered wash drainage course for about 150 millimeters, and then another 150 mil of permeable concrete on top. And for an example, what could happen in Christchurch is, say you've got a green field and somebody buys it and they want to put 6 townhouses on it. Everybody has a car, so you have 1 car per household, and then you've got a driveway up the side. So in this scenario, you're turning a green field into an area that's 68% impermeable, and in a 100-year event, this particular built area is going to cause 85 cubic meters of stormwater to be discharged instead of infiltrated. So if you use a permeable pavement instead for the driveway, suddenly the building itself is only creating 55 cubic meters of stormwater, but the driveway then retains 19 cubic meters of stormwater. And if you use, geotechnical engineers can do an infiltration test to actually see how much you're getting for infiltration. So for this example, let's assume we have 4 millimeters an hour of infiltration rate underneath the system. Suddenly you are retaining and infiltrating 29 cubic meters of stormwater. So at the moment, we are urbanizing and paving the earth and creating stormwater that is creating more pollution and more problems. And it takes expensive pipe networks to deal with it. And these networks are susceptible to shearing and earthquakes, so the next earthquake we have is going to undo all the good work we've been doing. And as sea level rise continues to push the Avon and the Heathcote up, our current stormwater network of pipes is going to be less and less useful over time. So permeable pavements, in today's example, if we don't count infiltration rates, it can reduce your stormwater by 35%. If you actually count for infiltration, it's more like 50%. It deals with stormwater at the source. It removes pollutants. It provides water and air to urban trees and supports those. They're really important. And it reduces the urban heat island effect because it increases convective airflow, and it's really good stuff. So I know that the citywide surface water flooding update, staff have indicated that there is budget for doing a lot of stormwater modeling, and we're going to kind of see where areas of concern are and prioritize certain projects for those areas. But very humbly ask council to prioritize permeable pavements as a floodplain management project as soon as possible, because this is an answer and we've got it now and we just need to do it. Thank you.
Pauline?
Thank you. It's nice to see you again.
Hi.
Because I remember you came a few years ago now and made a presentation.
I did.
And I may have asked this then, I can't remember, but is there a huge cost difference in using permeable concrete to non-permeable? That's okay, because you said there could be an infrastructure saving, but just for concrete to concrete, what's...
At the moment, permeable concrete is about $10 to $20 more expensive than exposed aggregate per square meter.
Right. Sorry, is that versus asphalt, did you say?
Exposed aggregate. And as far as regular concrete, it's more like $20 to $30, but we're talking small scale projects. If you had, like a large car park, I'm pretty sure that concrete suppliers could get that price of the actual concrete itself to come down.
Okay, so there's a cost difference, but yeah, that's good to know, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the council, where are we at time-wise? The council, I'm thinking, could look at if we're really going to put our money where our mouth is, and not that we can push people into doing things a la Te Kaha or the Metro Sports. They have got massive car parks. Big. Hey? they've got car parks.
Parakiori has hundreds.
That's what I mean. Oh, so, no, the Takaha as well has car parks. It's got hard standing around the outside of it. It's not going to all be grass. So we should look at maybe seeing what the cost difference is in some of these things, I feel, if we're going to be realistic and serious about what you're talking about.
And if it would be helpful, there's a software program that I use to quantify exactly how much void content is within these systems, depending on how deep you want to make your base course. Infiltration rates. If you guys want to use that as a part of your planning to go, oh, well, we can retain 200 cubic meters of stormwater, or actually put a number against it, I would be more than happy to give you that software.
Because one of the things, the problem that I think is, take the likes of Metro Sports Building, Parakiori, everything that lands on that roof, or the car park, being it small or big, is going to end up straight in the river in about 20 minutes. So if we can slow any of it down, I think it's worthwhile. We'll never slow the roof down, but I'm just throwing that idea out there anyway. So I certainly understand what you're saying, so I'll be interested to learn more. Yanni,
So just another question for you, or Lynn, if we wanted to make any changes, and it won't be right now, but would that sit in with our procurement?
No, not really. It would be part of the specification and design at the beginning of the project. In relation to Parakiori, that is not our project.
Our thing,
so it's under separate
Yeah.
delivery. And I think following your presentation last time, there has been a communication to project managers and to staff to consider that this is an option. So I think there is a level of awareness, and it is about bringing forward proposals at the right time which show the benefits but also the comparative costs.
Okay, Yanni?
Yeah, thank you. Lynn's right. We've already got resolutions to do stuff on this, and it would be good just to get a memo back on the progress. And there is a report coming back to one of our committees at some stage. But I just wanted to ask a question of the deputation. Because the thing I'm really interested in are there any cities or places around the world that you're aware of that have actually made this a requirement in terms of building code or in terms of like land use planning? Because it seems to me like the scale of the challenge in terms of surface water flooding is that having some regulation around requiring X amount of buildings or car parks, for example, to have it might be useful.
So the technology that we're using was developed in San Francisco, and the San Francisco City Council, when I was doing my training, I was out there and they were doing some public roads along, they have some really steep bluffs near the bridge, and they had a lot of erosion and runoff. So they essentially just dug up both sides of this road and made it all a permeable car parking area. But they have said that as a council, it's a really risk-averse environment, and you don't want to be making decisions that will have really long-term detrimental effects. But if they could be helpful, they would like to reach out and work with City Council in whatever, Christchurch City Council, whatever capacity they could.
Thank you, Yanni. We got one. We're over time, but one quick one from Tim, please.
Yeah, I just kind of, if there are examples in whether it's Wellington or Auckland or whatever, because one of the costs or hidden costs is managing the runoff, leaves and all this kind of stuff, and grates and things like that. So if there were some examples that you could find or that have already been done and supply them, that would be really good.
Yeah, well, so in Wellington, in Karori, a really hilly area, there was a development that was at the very end of the road, and the only way that they would give consent is to make sure that there's zero runoff from this development. So the entire road and all their footpaths and all of that ended up being permeable so that he could then build up there. Because otherwise it was going to be too risky as far as stormwater creation.
Very, very interesting. No, it is very. Thank you very much for coming in.
Thanks for your time.
Yeah, thank you. Right, last one. So now we have Save Our Venues, and finally I'd like to hear from Feather Shaw on behalf of Save Our Venues, who will speak on regarding item 18. Welcome.
Kia ora, thank you. And I'm joined by Kendra Walls from 12 Bar, who you might recognise from late last year. Ahi Māori e koutou no Sports o Haringari kei o tautaki tuku kainga nai nei raro I te mare o Kaitahu. Engari, Ngāti Mani Poto te iwi. I grew up in Dunedin, but nowadays based in Christchurch. I whakapapa to Ngāti Mani Poto, but I would just, as I just acknowledged I live my life up here and in the South Island under the mantle of Kaitahu. So I am the co-owner of live music venue Darkroom alongside my business partner Nick Vassar, and I'm here today with Kendra to just acknowledge the huge mahi of Mark and the team, and to thank you guys, our elected representatives, for listening to our concerns, the concerns of ourselves, our neighbouring venues like Space Academy as well, and other concerned hospitality and entertainment providers in our city regarding finding solutions for businesses and communities like ours to exist harmoniously amongst new residential developments. I wasn't present late last year when we came to present with Taylor and Co from Save Our Venues as I was home with COVID, but it's great to be here today on behalf of our group. Largely just to say thank you, as we just have, and say that we totalku the report's preferred option 411 of that blended approach. Hearing that while it will take 2 or more years for changes at a policy level, which while not ideal is totally understandable, knowing that in the meantime steps on the pathway towards workable solutions can also be made through those non-regulatory measures, and that those can be put in place in the more immediate future is really, really promising and sounds like a really positive way forward. Advisory services and guidance from relevant industry professionals around noise proofing, etc. would be most welcome as well. And of course, financial assistance towards covering some of those costs would be an essential lifeline to businesses like ours. Both of these are suggested already as some of the solutions in the report, and we would really love to see those come into fruition along with those other more longer term policy changes around clear noise limits, zoning and insulation standards. Our many musicians, live music fans and other supporters have frequently been asking us for updates on this matter since it was in the media quite a bit late last year, so we're really thrilled to have this before us now, a thorough working document to refer them to now we have this report. So we'd love those supporters to know that our advocacy group Save Our Venues is already meeting with folks from council and the planning team, and we will continue to meet with them and work with them to implement strategic solutions going forward. What we really ask of you is the council to please work on especially these non-regulatory fixes with a real sense of urgency. These townhouses and apartments are coming up around the central city really, really quickly, particularly the development right next to us. And this one and many more will be completed before those 2 years are up. So particularly for us along our Anderson Asser Street, we need advice and practical help now. It's essential to our survival as businesses and cultural and creative hubs as well, that we continue to work proactively together as we already have and find solutions before those townhouses next to us are completed. So the proposed measures by council are urgent and necessary protections to ensure it's viable for us to continue operating as music venues, and that same urgency should be extended beyond just us at St Asaph Street to the network of music venues citywide, where we're already seeing this conflict from noise restrict the capabilities of venues such as Ducks to provide space for live music. We hope that in developing these regulatory changes that the council recognises the inherent value that is provided by music venues, and that these principles be extended into forward-thinking policy that supports the development of music, culture and nighttime economies of Christchurch. Our venues should be a crucial part of developing that vibrant city which people want to live in, and this council initiative will be hugely important in establishing that healthy relationship between the residents and the culture that gives Christchurch its identity. We'd love some clarity going forward around the report, including which solution options are chosen to be actioned and what the timeline is on these being implemented. I know there won't be answers on these today, as this is of course the first major opportunity for council to consider next steps from here. So that's really it from us. I'm quite nervous, I'm probably talking really fast, but thanks heaps for allowing me to speak today. We are largely just wanting to be here to say thank you and acknowledge this report, and we're really looking forward to continue working with you. I'm confident many other entertainment and hospitality providers beyond Darkroom, Space Academy and 12 Bar will also be really excited and eager to work together finding a way forward. I absolutely love this city, it's my chosen home, and I'm excited to continue seeing it evolving into a more modern, livable and vibrant community, and I'm really honoured to have the opportunity to contribute to that process. So, ngā mihi, thank you.
Thank you very much, and never be scared. We don't all look as scary as Tim. So, just relax. Have we got any questions for Heather? What's your name, Kelly?
Thank you very much. My son's band got a start with you guys at the Dark Room, which was really cool. Just in terms of the particular area you're in, do you see that as as an ongoing live music kind of venue?
Absolutely. We've already organically created like a live music hub. Darkroom's been there 11 years. Opened in October 2011. Space Academy's been there over 7 years, and 12 Bar opened in early 2020. So already we're pretty set up there. We're well established, and our community knows to come there. And visitors, now borders open as well. A lot of folks coming from, who are visiting and saying, "Oh, I'm staying at a backpackers hostel," and the receptionist told me to come down here to find live music. And in one night they can come to an experimental noise night at ours, across the street to an O3 jazz sessions, then next door to something at 12 Bar as well. We're pretty set up where we are, and we would love to have the confidence and security and support to continue where we are.
I think it's also important to note that Darkroom opened there because of what was happening with the city. It was the first live music venue to open back up and provide a space. So it wasn't really like anyone picked that area. That was what was there and what could save the industry as it was after the earthquakes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Well done for your very first presentation. And don't be so scared next time. Thank you.
We don't want to come back.
Yeah, hopefully you don't see us again.
Good on you.
Thank you.
See ya. Alright, so now we're on to item 16, erosion and sediment controls. Clive here? Yes, here he is.
What was presentation? Was it presentation?
So kia ora, I'm Clive Appleton. I'm the Healthy Waterways Program Lead. I would like you to know that I've got a PhD in ecology. I have been interested in waterways and passionate about them since probably the age of 16, 40 years ago. And my spouse can vouch that this matter before you today has kept me awake for many times. It's a very complex situation, and I totally understand Mike Patchett's frustration and wanting to achieve something positive in this space. Today I'm going to give you a presentation about the 14 years that I've spent in council dealing with this area of work around erosion and sediment control. I have Nathan Dougherty, who's a team leader at ECAN, who I work closely with on a frequent basis around consent matters. We have Brent Pizzi, the RMA lawyer, who's here to hear what's going to be debated because he has the experience around the consent. I also have Buster from Building Consent and Inspections, who I've been working with closely in his team to be able to field any further questions that I may not be able to. To start off, I'll state the obvious. Since the Earth was formed, we've had erosion and sediment loss. The big situation that we're facing today is the fact that a lot of the Port Hills are exposed and do not have adequate vegetation cover to stop the loess from coming off, even in minor storm events. We also have the situation of a lot of earthworks. A lot of subdivisions, disturbed soil results in erosion and sediment loss. The Port Hills rural land is our responsibility as a council to deal with surface water on that matter, but it's actually outside the remits of our stormwater discharge consent, and I'll explain that shortly. I want to highlight the fact that we have constructed the Cashmere Valley and Eastman basins to capture sediment and to prevent downriver flooding. We have put funding towards ECAN as well for the roadside cuttings trial that was undertaken in the Adventure Park to look at different vegetative covers to stop or try and cut down sediment loss on roadside cuttings, especially around the Littleton Harbour area. We have an opportunity to upscale the $9 million LTP program to look at Port Hill's erosion remediation. In that program, we are looking at planting gullies that are high source of sediment loss, remediating hillside outfalls that are legacy issues where stormwater pipes just stick out over the side of the hill. Look at reinforcing watercourses, namely the stream that runs through the Adventure Park complex down at the bottom by the car park. This is a massive issue. It's more than what council can deal with. And I think there's an opportunity to look at the entire Port Hills area holistically with partners. And when I mean partners, it's central government, the likes of DOC, our partners in ECAN, it's iwi, it's community groups, it's landowners that need to come together to look at the holistic approach to improving the environment of the Port Hills from a biodiversity, forest regeneration and carbon sequestration approach, and reducing erosion and sediment loss as a result of doing those activities. The stormwater discharge consent covers where we have a stormwater network across the city and also the 23 settlements on Banks Peninsula. This is a 25-year consent, and council is responsible for stormwater discharges and reducing contaminants entering into the waterway receiving environment. Council has constructed stormwater basins and wetlands across the city in greenfield and brownfield developments for capturing sediment and other contaminants. And it's a lot of those basins are very successful at capturing somewhere between 70 and 80% of the heavy sediment. I also want to note that housing intensification in the older part of the city is a challenge, for there is currently limited options for stormwater treatment. If you look at this map, which has been recently updated, I can give you a bigger version if you're interested later. You will see in the dark blue where we have built stormwater treatment facilities, basins and artificial wetlands in those new areas around Horswell, Knightsbridge. You can see to the north near Lake Katu, I think it is, and the Groins. If you look to the right of that, you can see mauve and blue stormwater treatment facilities situated there. The mauve ones are to be built. The blue ones have been completed to date. And as you can see, the older part of the city, we don't have those facilities as yet. I want to point out that subdivisions where there's earthworks of greater than 1 hectare in size on the hills and greater than 5 hectares on flatland are excluded from our stormwater discharge consent. This picture was taken after a major storm event in the Cashmere Valley. You can see the Cashmere Pond is full of sediment received from the Adventure Park Valley. You can see the Cashmere Valley subdivision here. It looks a mess. This subdivision is excluded out of our stormwater consent. They have a stormwater construction phase discharge consent with ECAN. In my personal opinion, given that we have highly erodible hillsides, I'm hoping that national legislation looks carefully at what we are enabled to build on those hills, because it is very difficult to control sediment during major storm events that overwhelm stormwater infrastructure. The consent requires us to put together a sediment discharge management plan, which has recently been certified by ECAN. In a nutshell, it requires building consents and resource consents to have erosion sediment control plans submitted. Our engineers vet those plans, and if they're not up to scratch, they'll ask amendments before they'll accept them and approve those consents to proceed. We have set that for high risk erosion sites, we require inspections of erosion sediment control measures to be in place and to be inspected before earthworks commence. Building inspectors are required to monitor and enforce erosion sediment control compliance, especially with tracking of sediment off-site and discharges during rain events. That's important to note. Tracking of sediment off-site is not something that we want. We also have a meteorological service, and we receive alerts for when major rain events are forecasted to enable our inspectors and subdivision engineers to be able to work with industry to warn them that there are major storm events coming, and that they need to ensure that their erosion sediment control measures are in place. It's one thing to develop a plan. It's another thing to make sure that it's actually being undertaken. So, a couple of staff within the quality assurance team undertook a sediment survey of residential building sites to see the level of erosion sediment control compliance. They took 50 sites across the city from September through to February and tracked them from the very start of construction, earthworks, right through to the roof being on and the walls, etc. Many sites had poorly installed erosion sediment control measures or failed to maintain them. It's crazy that building companies put these control measures. The cost, of course, is borne by the person who buys the building, but it's important to maintain these properly. You can see on the right the failed entryway. The stone there should be on a geotextile mat, and there shouldn't be sediment sitting outside in the gutter. The other one is self-explanatory. There's no sediment sock around it to protect it. There's no witch's hat in it to stop the capture of the sediment. You've got a van standing on top of a sediment sock. The last one is actually builder's brick cement that's been traipsed out onto the road. It'll be caustic for a start. So when that goes down the drainage system, it will be changing the pH of the water. There's no excuse for lack of maintenance of these control measures. So we're now going to work with the inspectors to determine the best ways to work with building practitioners to significantly improve erosion sediment control compliance. That is not a throwaway comment. I take that seriously. The legal framework around the consent. ECAN is the regulator of the consent and has RMA powers. We work closely with ECAN counterparts. We meet on a monthly basis to deal with issues that we're facing within the consent. They undertake a monitoring review, compliance review of the of the consent on a 6-monthly basis, and identify where we're non-compliant. We are the consent holder, but we do not actually have RMA powers to deal with sediment discharges that get into our stormwater network. If council excluded individual construction sites or all construction sites, then ECAN could take action on sediment discharges. Under those circumstances, building companies would need to apply for construction phase stormwater discharge consents with ECAN. ECAN would need a full team to deal with that, a new team. National legislative changes that are happening right now. We all know that the RMA is to be replaced by the Natural and Built Environment Act and a couple of other acts as well. Consent ownership is set at this stage to move to the water entity in July 2024. The water entity will want to amend the consent, especially around sediment discharge management plan, because of the relationship with our building inspectors. The water services legislation bill that is currently out is proposing water entities to have significant enforcement powers and to actually have compliance and monitoring teams just like ECAN. And here's an example of the proposed compliance enforcement offences, convictions and fines that are proposed around in the stormwater system. So if the entity gets this, then it'll be serious for developers and for building companies to actually comply. So in conclusion, I think given all that is happening at this stage, it's premature to undertake an external audit of the consent, and in fact, it's ECAN's decision as to whether to do that or not. When I talk about that ECAN, when I referred in my council report to ECAN not agreeing to this either, it's because of the discussions I've had with my counterparts in ECAN. I think we need to continue working with ECAN, as we already are, and building inspectors, to educate and work with building practitioners to significantly improve erosion sediment control compliance. We can do it. I recommend that Council considers working with partners to develop a Port Hills plan focused on reducing erosion and sediment loss. As I say, it's a multi-pronged approach with many partners to make that happen. Thank you.
That was a fantastic presentation. You really know your stuff. It was excellent. Well done. Melanie.
That very last bullet point is not in a paper today. Did you think as a staff member you'd recommend adding that in, or that we could do that?
You could do that. That is my personal opinion. I have aired that with the zone, one or two of the zone committee facilitators, that we should take a holistic approach to looking at the Port Hills. And I've spoken to a number of staff across council on this as well. It's just an idea, but I think if we have the collective partners right from word go in a room looking at the wide issues for the Port Hills, then erosion sediment loss will be something that will be much more easily dealt with than in isolation.
Mm-hmm. Could we get some staff advice on whether that could become part of the
Tyler, then Yanni.
Kia ora. I really appreciate that kōrero. That was a really good one. I'm just wondering, I guess it's a small fish. I did see some photos of driveways, and in terms of the erosion and sediment, I know you're talking about the runoff, particularly around the hills and the valleys, but I did see some around the driveways, and I was wanting your feedback on the potential damages that CP and AP 2040 and 60 might do to our stormwater networks. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Sorry, I didn't quite understand your question.
So I saw material which looked like AP 60 that was on the driveway, but obviously it looked like it was rained and cleaned, and obviously there's some sediment under that. Does that contribute to, I guess, degrading our stormwater networks too?
Yes, it
when
does.
we're on the flats.
Yes, definitely. It will sit in our stormwater sumps as well until such time we have a sucker truck come through and clean it out.
Okay. So not only is it with the hills, it's also with mainly the building industry around the use of AP60 and using them as driveways, right?
Yes, and actually using the right size stone as well.
Would I just like to, sorry, Tyler, I'll just throw in there that from my experience, most people use railway ballast, which is already washed before you get it, not AP65. So it's already got the fines out of it, but there is still a bit of stuff tracking on the road. So, okay.
Yeah. No, all good. Thanks.
Thank you, man. Yanni?
Yeah, thanks. Several questions. One was, I was particularly concerned with how both in Garland's Road with the scrap metal dealer is, but also the example that was given in the deputation where council has looked at a site and said, we don't have concerns, and then ECAN's come along and served an abatement notice for stormwater discharge. So I'm just trying to understand, like, how is it that two organisations can come up with two different views, and how do we actually work with ECAN to regulate what's happening at the moment? And I guess that's kind of related to the point 3, where a variation to seeking a variation around our comprehensive stormwater network discharge consent, so that maybe we just allow ECAN to take the lead, given the kind of, I guess, frustration that some people are having in the community, that they don't feel that for whatever reason that the stormwater is sufficient, and obviously are confused how council can say it's okay and ECAN can give an abatement notice.
Do I need to push that, or is it okay?
No, it's green.
So, just in terms of Emily Heights, there was a period where, it's my understanding, there was a period where that development was, it sort of fell into a window where regulations changed afterwards, and it complied at the time with what was required under City Council regulations, Environment Canterbury regulations, and so when officers went to inspect that from either council, there wasn't actually an issue of non-compliance. However, if you go to any area where there are steep cut batters, basically loose faces, they are at extreme risk of erosion, and those faces did erode. It's very, very difficult to stabilise a 80% or 70% loose slope. It's very difficult, and I guess ultimately, long term, we would be looking at, is a 70 or 80% slope a suitable finished product for loose to be left like? That may not be. There may need to be a change long term to how those things are, how those sort of sites are consented, to avoid that sort of exposed soil. The abatement notice that was issued, we had to withdraw it because we identified in that process that there was an error in the notice. So that was withdrawn. Yeah.
Fundamentally, we have other examples where council looks at something and says, no concerns. He can look at something and go, actually, we're really concerned, and here's an abatement notice. And I mean, I presume it takes a lot for ECAN. I mean, from my experience, it takes a lot for ECAN to issue an abatement notice. It's not something that's done lightly.
Yeah, they're not confetti, but we have a slightly different perspective, given that we have slightly different regulations. We have our own original rules that will regulate sediment discharges and earthworks in a different manner.
Can I just ask, specifically in number 3? Is there anything that we can do around the Apawaho Heathcote, the industrial area? And I know there was a research report, a study done 2005 that investigated the stormwater network using the drainage maps, and the study found only one site in the catchment with any form of stormwater treatment. All other stormwater discharged untreated from hardstand areas and roofs into the reticulated network and then into the Heathcote River. Now, I know that was 2005, and I'm sure there's been some work done since, but I guess for just appreciate the concerns on the Port Hills. From my point of view, I'm also very concerned about what's happening in the Apawaho Heathcote, and wondering what more can be done to get on top of particularly that industrial area that does have that risk of the stormwater. And just the final question, and then I'll be quiet, is the resources we've got to monitor compliance with consents in terms of building inspectors. As a council, do we need more resource so we can be more proactive and monitor? And if so, what would be the quantum of resource required to get on top of the problem?
Thanks, Yanni. I'll respond to the first one, and I'll perhaps defer the second question to Buster, perhaps. The first one is, with the industrial sites, you'll remember with the Stormwater and Land Drainage Bylaw that was passed and acted and is in action since July of last year, we have a comprehensive industrial auditing process alongside with the existing industrial work audits that we undertake, working with high-risk industrial sites to look at improving the quality of stormwater that comes from those sites. It's also working to ensure that businesses potentially cover up, they have covered areas for where they're undertaking industrial processes where there could be spills and the like that could end up in stormwater systems, and also retention kits, etc. So it's about working with business processes, improving those, but also looking at installing on-site stormwater filters and systems to cleanse the water before we actually have it discharged. If we, as a result of the audits and working with an industry, that we find that we are not comfortable with the level of contaminants that are in the stormwater going into our stormwater system, then we will elect to exclude them, and they will have to go to ECAM for a consent to discharge stormwater. And of course, I can assure you that process with ECAM is way more stringent than what we implement at this stage. Yes, so there's the whole industrial site audit program that's set out to be undertaken over the next several years to be able to clean up industry with respect to stormwater.
We work closely with Clive and Clive's colleagues on that.
Yeah. So you've got a second question. Is that okay on that one?
Yeah. Do you know what time frame by which we'd have all those sites audited?
How many last questions are you having, Yanni?
Sorry, he just asked if there was any questions on that one. I mean, I'm happy just to get a memo on it. I know we've had we've had some reports.
So you had a second question about resourcing. So Buster, would you like to talk to that one?
Not really, but I feel I have to.
Yes, they cost.
In terms of the work Clive has referred to that the building inspectors are dealing with, these are sites that have building consent. So first, it's important to understand there's lots of construction activity that doesn't have a building consent that we won't be monitoring, so isn't included in our program. A lot of building demolition, for example, doesn't require a consent, so the inspectors don't deal with that type of work. At the moment, the approach that we have taken in recent times to up our game around monitoring erosion and sediment control, firstly, we come up with a scheme to identify high-risk sites, and those sites are the only ones that get a site-specific sediment control inspection before any excavation work begins. The rest of the monitoring is done on the sites when it is combined with another type of inspection. So, for example, the foundation pre-pour inspection is when the non-high-risk sites will get their sediment and erosion control measures inspected. So in terms of resourcing, the program we put in place doesn't put a significant additional demand on the inspectorate because there's not a lot of additional inspections. It's incorporated with an inspection anyway. So we're checking that work when we go to site for something else. Does that make sense? It may well be if you need to up the ante and do more separate inspections, then the resource probably wouldn't be enough.
Okay, yeah, that good answer. Thanks, Buster. Sarah.
Yeah, so mine was along a similar line. So it sounds like the inspections that were done, the assessment of those 50 sites showed that people aren't sticking to what they should be doing, and so we do need to be more proactive in that space because, like you said, not everyone needs a resource consent to do this work. So are we able to get information, some advice for our annual plan considerations as to how we might increase the proactive inspections to make sure that people are meeting their sediment and erosion control requirements in building works. Like, can we do that? And would that need an additional resolution? So I could get some wording for that. That would be really good.
Is that your amendment that you're talking about?
A potential, like an additional, to get that information to us. Then look like.
My understanding is if you want to put that forward as a resolution and have a seconder, we would then seek advice on that.
Okay. And the other one was, from your presentation, the things that you talked about at the beginning, upscaling the erosion control stuff that we've got going on the Port Hills at the moment, those kind of things. My recollection is that and the other things you talked about were all put up as staff proposals of things we could do in the last long-term plan. So it's clear that they're things that the organisation has assessed as being good for sediment and erosion control. It's just that a political decision was made when it came to balancing up stuff not to fund it as much as would have been required. Is that right? Okay, so so it looks like we know what to do. We're just in the space of choosing not to do it.
Oh, I feel whether you know what to do and you're working hard with each other.
No, but it's clear that because those things were put up and we said no to doing them.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. Question.
Sorry, Sarah, did staff say yes to that?
Yeah. The microphone was just off at that point. Yeah. So,
like I said, this is such a huge issue that it's more than what council can achieve on its own. Meaning that with the Port Hills, we need multiple partners.
Yeah, agree.
Dealing with it.
Agree, but
we contributing towards improving it.
Yeah,
not just us.
Yeah. So there's been talk of a Port Hills management plan for quite some time in a way of not just, and it hadn't been looking at, I hadn't heard it in an erosion and sediment control context. I'd heard about it more for that whole recreation and use of space kind of thing. But do you think it's something that would incorporate all of that into one space? Would be really useful.
Indeed. We look at it holistically.
Yeah.
From carbon sequestration to improving biodiversity, looking at the 6 values that we apply for waterways, which are heritage,
all of
for those who don't know, it's heritage, cultural, it's landscape, it's ecology, it's drainage, and I can't remember the last one, recreation.
Recreation.
Yes, so it's bringing all those together to really strengthen the environment up there to be resilient to climate change.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you'll be pleased to hear that a Port Hills management plan was in our draft community board plan. So that'll be good.
Pauline?
My question was around that plan too, Clive. Would you have resourcing in the community waterways partnership to resource that, or do you need extra resourcing?
I think we need extra resourcing.
So it would be an annual plan.
Yeah.
Okay, so Melanie, are you going to put that in the recommendation? So is it recommend council considers or something stronger? And I think would you put it in as part of
these guys?
Yeah. I mean, we do need to step on this with urgency, so probably as part of the annual plan would be desirable. Would you think?
Yes.
So I'd put that in too.
Okay.
Thank you.
So just to clarify where we're at, as I understand it, there is a proposal to add number 4 to the list of recommendations, and that would need to be seconded, and we would need to seek advice from staff as to whether that is feasible.
So one of the that as the team have flagged and also the head of the units flagged is that there are not sufficient resources necessarily to do that in the current capacity, so you would need to add.
We need to add
resources
with resourcing being considered as part of the annual plan.
And that ability to do that would actually be done at the end of the consultation period, where you've got sufficient
advice and feedback in the consultation to do that. So there's nothing wrong with it as such, but it would need resourcing, and that decision would need to be made as part of the annual plan deliberations.
We're getting more questions than we're answering at the moment. Tim.
Thank you. If I understand it right, you were talking about resourcing, and if we put it back to ECAN, and because you've got more powers under the resource consent, but you're not geared up to do it. You haven't got the resources to do it. Is that correct?
So there are some aspects where a slight change would enable us to carry out significantly more enforcement work with the construction industry. We have a team who can carry out a certain volume of enforcement action, and a lot of that can be done quite quickly to address behaviour change. If we needed to, we could potentially, we could seek more resources to enable a stronger response. I would say at this stage we could make a significant difference with the staff we have already, with a targeted approach periodically through the year. For example, an autumn, we are probably going to be looking at an autumn construction campaign anyway to assist the City Council. We won't necessarily be taking enforcement action because that's not a power we have at present, but providing that backbone to help the City Council with additional powers, we would certainly support that in material terms. To make more of a difference, yes, we probably need to look at an increased team, but we have staff that can make a difference now.
I just noted number 3, when it says, note that if erosion and sediment control issues continue to be a problem, I mean, they've been a problem for a long time and it's a big problem.
Yes.
So that statement's kind of, it's past. So we know it's been a problem. It's been a big problem for a while. But it also says a variation may be sought to the council's comprehensive stormwater network discharge.
Yes.
So that would allow you to enact.
Yes.
So why don't we word it stronger and do it? Because I'm just thinking, like this is an issue. It's been going on for a while, and there must be some sites that are doing their best to mitigate sediment or to do sediment control, and others that just kind of see it as, just one of those doorstep things, make it look.
I mean, I would just encourage the City Council to look at it very strongly, make that change if that's the direction it wants to go, and we can support that, the City Council.
Because where I'm just a wee bit confused, I'm not confused, but I want to step up and deal with this, and it'd be really good as, when you go and inspect a building site, and if it's unsafe, we can close it. It'd be great to do that the same with sediment. But I'm just confused about resourcing. So is it who is best to be resourced? Because if we resource and up resourcing, we're going to have to put that, it's going to be a cost to our ratepayers. But what about the ECAN side of it? So I'm just wondering how to...
So can I add to that? Is that if we have a clause where we can choose to exclude building sites where they've continuously been inspected and flouting erosion sediment control measures, and there's sediment coming off, and we've got an issue with them, then we could notify them and say that you're now excluded out of our consent, and that you will have to go and get a construction phase discharge consent with ECAN. Now, I don't know. I suspect there are other people in this room who'd be able to talk with the implications of that, because that's an added layer to our, for our building inspectors.
So I'm just going to interrupt here. I think we're moving into a situation where we're trying to solve a range of issues that have been legitimately brought up, but we would need to seek advice on these. So my suggestion would be that we go back to the recommendations, that if there's an additional recommendation to report back on alternative or additional options, that we add that and come back with that advice, rather than trying to solve it on the hoof. Everyone is, I think, in agreement. There is an issue, that we are committed to addressing it, that the staff have put forward a number of options to address the issue, and that there are other good ideas that need to be considered and costed.
Could I suggest that it stays on the lies on the table until we get that information back? Because I don't want to. I mean,
I agree with Tim. Like, it's quite
we
complicated.
want
We've
to.
had a lot of deals.
What do you suggest, Lynn? Vote for what's here. No?
So the proposal at the moment is that it lies on the table, that staff go and make further assessment of the implications and report back to council, and we can do that within a reasonable time frame. So are you thinking next council meeting, Mary?
I'd be happy with two. I mean, it's a serious issue. It's been going on for too long. I would prefer to do this once and do it properly than to have to visit twice.
Do we have to vote on 4 as an amendment or not?
No, we don't have to do anything. The proposal is that we let it lie on the table, that we seek advice against the additional proposals that have come through, and that we report back at the next practicable council meeting.
We'll do that. Everyone happy? You don't want it to lay on the table? All right. Who's going to move this here? Melanie, you're moving it. Who's seconding? You're seconding it. Right.
There's a fifth recommendation.
Okay.
So we now have an additional recommendation.
Yes, right. Yep.
So
where is it?
Let's have a look at what that recommendation is. Then my suggestion is that we pause for 5 minutes to enable staff to provide advice and for councillors to consider what those 4th and 5th recommendations are.
So we're now putting 2 more amendments up, are we? Not 1. Is that right?
2 more recommendations.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so we sit still for 5 minutes just to catch up, get our breath.
So can we just confirm that the 4th and 5th recommendations have been accurately captured?
And they will need a mover in a second.
Yes, they will.
That's correct, because currently you are consulting on your annual plan and that information is already out there in the public and that consultation is not yet concluded.
So it might be similar word, number 4 might be similar word to number 5.
Let's get them clear first.
So we're voting on these.
Yes.
So 4 and 5 together?
So the proposal is to combine 4 and 5?
Yeah, so you've taken out the bit that says...
Why do you actually wait till this late to put it up? That's what I can't understand.
That's based on the information
Drivel.
Okay, so have we got to a final wording on 4 and 5?
So you weren't with so do you remember 5 has the correct wording at the beginning that Helen's put together?
Yes.
Because of the annual plan consultation?
Yes.
So it's time to advise after the conclusion of the annual plan, whether there are grounds to A, consider a change, and B, consider working with partners to develop a Port Hills management plan.
Stop playing with it and tell us what you want.
Okay, so at the end of grounds, number 5, put comma A, and then what comes after it, and then make 4B.
I'm going to suggest that we pause for 5 minutes, we get the wording right, we come back and assess whether we've got a mover and a seconder.
Okay. Why not just lie it on the table and bring it back to the next meeting and give a chance to get it all worked through?
Everyone wants to carry on and get it done, so we're pausing. I have been asked to put a mover and a seconder for the whole lot. Okay, Melanie's moving it. Pauline's seconding it. There are no more questions because I've had enough questions, so we're now doing debate. Okay, fire away, Yanni.
Can I move an amendment for 3 that we actually change that to we seek a variation? And can I also move an amendment under 4 that as part of the annual plan process rather than after the conclusion? The annual plan's open for submissions. People will be able to make submissions. I'm sure that the river groups normally make submissions. So
Right, so the mover and seconder, are they happy for Yanni to change that?
As part of the annual plan, that's what I had in my No, instead of after conclusion. So I've advised that as part of the not until next week.
You mean to change it? Let's give some advice about that from our legal.
Thanks, mate. Thank you, Brent.
Thank you, everyone. So I'm here to contribute to the discussion. To contribute to the discussion about a amendment to the resolutions to require there to be a variation of the resource consent. Now, it may be that a variation of the resource consent is a good idea, but the council hasn't received full advice on that. What I'd like us to do is have the opportunity for staff to put in front of the council what a variation would look like so that the council can be fully informed when it's making that decision. Bearing in mind that the variation that has been discussed is one that says that would have the practical effect of a development that is underway with investment that has already been put into that development, contractors booked, work underway, happening day in, day out, the council arriving one day and saying, no, you're now excluded from our discharge consent. So the work on that site has to stop until that person has applied for a resource consent from ECAM. I think that's got fairly significant implications.
Yeah, you're waiting 3 months before you get an answer.
That the council should be fully advised on before making a decision to seek that variation.
Put seek a report under 3.
Let the man speak, please.
Oh, no, I was just trying to be helpful.
Thanks, that's all I had to say.
Good.
So we could change 3 to seek a report on a variation. Is that basically the advice?
Yeah.
Okay. So are people happy to do that? So we can actually get the report and look at the options around the variation.
So what is your proposed wording, Yanni?
Sorry. So my understanding from staff is they're saying that
what's the proposed wording?
Oh, under 3, that council seek a staff report or a report on a report providing advice on how a variation may be sought to the council's blah blah blah.
Well, I'd add to that on the merits of and how to, if sought.
Yeah. Cool.
So do we need
No, it's getting rid of note that if erosion and sediment control issues continue to be a problem, because we know that they are.
We're just putting words in there that aren't making any difference.
We have just had a 5-minute deferral to enable us to clarify what the proposal is to be considered, and we're now going through a further set of
So we're not.
changes.
That's out of order, Yanni. We're just making this. What we've got in front of us is what we're going to do. Okay.
Easily change 3 to just say, seek a report on a variation to the.
I'm getting ready to go.
That's easy. It's easy.
So,
any minute now.
Brent,
yes.
Do you have a proposed wording that would meet your concerns and Yanni's concerns?
Yes, along the lines of what the councillor was suggesting, that the council resolve to that officers be requested to report back to the council on the merits of seeking a variation of the Council's comprehensive stormwater network discharge consent in order to address erosion and sediment management concerns.
Can I just check with staff, Lynn? If we were to get staff to write a report on the merits of doing this, would it take those same staff away from doing work on stormwater stuff that we're trying to get prioritised at the moment with fewer resources? The answer is yes.
Yes.
Yeah, and
Everyone's
I'm quite
nodding.
keen for our resources to be used as wisely as possible, so not in favour of that going on.
So we don't really need the good end result. We just
Hang on a minute. Stop for 5 minutes. We're not ready. No, we're not ready, and we're going to come back to you when we are ready. Because at the moment we are not. Everyone's having their 5 bobs with it, and nothing is happening. I got 3 inches away from throwing it on the table and leaving it until another meeting. So we're off.
So we have
Lynn is going to explain what's going to happen.
So just acknowledging the efforts around the table to get wording that is acceptable and suitable. So as I understand it, we need the mover and seconder to confirm that they are comfortable with the wording of numbers 1, 2, 3 and 4. So the original 3, can we take the 3 off the bottom one, please? So 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Do you need to take the whole reading off the bottom?
Why? What difference does that make?
It's not in it. There we go. Yes.
Yes, you are, right. The people that are going to ask the questions are actually gone and we're in debate anyway, so I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour?
Haven't got debate?
No, we've had debate.
When was debate?
You missed it.
Yeah, I know I've been asleep most of the afternoon, but I did wake up for this one.
Right, we'll have some debate. Fire away, Tim.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, got you, Tyler.
I would have preferred, and I would have preferred this to lie on the table and work with staff, because I think that Clive and the team have done a really good job with the presentation that they did, I should say. If you were watching this on live stream and you were seeing everyone running around like ants, I think it's a really bad look to kind of make changes and things on such an important issue that has been an incredible issue for decades, let's be honest. It is just getting worse. So to do it once and do it right and work with our staff and other staff and who they best think is best placed to be in the room with these meetings to move forward to get the right end result is absolutely crucial for our environment. And I don't think that the process that we have done today around this table, not staff, it is councillors, I think is pretty disappointing. So I will not be supporting this.
Right, we have Tyler.
Kia ora. I absolutely understand Tim's sentiment on this. This is actually a really important issue, particularly for me around this, and I really appreciate staff's input on this. And it was absolutely amazing to see such a comprehensive report. I very heavily support number 2, and one thing that I thought about was actually trying to get rid of red tape, and I'm not asking to put this in, I'm just putting it out there, is around a joint approach through the power of FTE in an active collaborative manner with ECAN around a joint resourcing or joint task force that will be able to provide a power to cut out the red tape and ensure that we're on the same communicative wavelength. I am not sure which way I'm going to go on this yet. I need to do a little bit more reading and a little bit more thought because of the nature of how quick this was and the changes of. I am very hesitant to be putting this forward today, but I will continue to look at this over. Hopefully, other people talking on this so I can have some time to read. Kia ora.
Pauline.
Yeah, thank you, and I hope I can convince Tyler to support this. But I first of all want to thank Clive particularly for that excellent presentation. This is really complex stuff, and I think Tyler, in your debate, you mentioned the will of the people and not over legislating things. And I know that the Zone Committee, the Christchurch West Melton Zone Committee, has done a lot of work on this, including building a erosion and sediment control toolkit and trying to get buy-in with the industry. And I think that's where we need to focus on education and buy-in. And I think this looking at a Port Hills management plan, a holistic plan, will actually enable that to happen. Bearing in mind that when the consent goes over to the entity, they will have, and in your presentation that was really good, they will have really, really strict powers of compliance. And I think that's, if you're going to go down that compliance track, they will have that. At the moment, we don't have it. If we gave the consent to, varied it and gave it to ECAN, they would have it. But by the time that got anywhere near down the track of even beginning, the whole thing's going to be with the entity anyway. So for me, like number 3 is there, should staff see a reason to pick that up. And as Clive said, you're passionate about this anyway, this is what you want to see, the sediment control coming into play. So I think this resolution gives us everything that we want, and I think the whole time we've spent on this, the debate, the presentations, the messing around with the resolution to get it right, is it actually gives an indication of how seriously we all take this. Our water quality in our city is top priority. So please support this today. It gives us a way forward. We can look at this through our annual plan as well. If we pass this today, it's going to be in time. So please support this today. It's a way forward.
Melanie? Did you hit? I thought you had your hand up. Huh? Right. Okay. Sarah, and then Tyra.
Yeah. Kia ora. Thanks so much. And actually, I'd like to thank, well, they're not, I think, still in the room, the Zone Committee for their mahi in this space. They do a huge amount of work on a tiny budget and mostly volunteer time. And their work is really appreciated. This is the first time I can remember, well, we had the report before, that the Zone Committee's really made this kind of recommendation to us as councils. And it's clear that they are frustrated at the pace of change and what's happening within the organisations. However, it's really clear as well that the organisations at both ECAN and CCC know what needs to be done and have been giving their elected members the advice during long-term planning processes on the things that would be needed to do and to resource to improve stormwater quality, to reduce sediment and erosion on our hills and going down into our rivers. But that other factors have come into play with the political decision-making process and other advice and weighing things up and all of the decisions that we need to make and budgeting as a city, and that those things haven't been prioritised as much as they should have been. So I would like, now I'm glad that we've got the bits in there, the amendment, the additional resolution about the additional resourcing for proactive building site inspections and the development of a holistic Port Hills management plan. And they are reliant though on people making submissions so that we've got something to base those changes off. So I would like to encourage people, if there's anyone still bothering to watch us, to make a submission to the annual plan. They close on the 10th of April. And make sure that you say that you want us to improve our stormwater quality, to reduce sediment and erosion control, and to make sure that that stuff's happening at construction sites as well. And that will give us the opportunity to then make a decision ourselves as to how we prioritise that as elected members. Thank you.
Ty. Tyra, did you have your hand up?
Oh, thank you very much.
Or would you put your hand up pointing at Sarah before?
I put my hand up for a question earlier, but I'm quite happy to enter into debate, so that's fine. That's good. I didn't put my hand up, but hey, look, if I've given the opportunity, let's go with it.
Right, stop then.
No, well, I'm happy to say a few words.
Fire
Is that all right? Am I allowed, Mr. Chair?
You're allowed to.
Okay, good. Right. So first of all, I'd like to thank you for the very comprehensive work. I think it's great that we're looking at this and that we've got experts looking at it. Has anybody been for a swim at any of the beaches in Littleton Harbour this summer? Because if you had tried, you would have probably failed, or if you had tried, you might have got sick. And the reason for that is because of, one of the reasons is the level of uncontrolled stormwater discharge that's going into our harbours. The contaminants within it, the sediment contained within it is really not doing our waterways any favours. So I support the resolution. I think we need to keep moving forward. We need to have some clear direction. We need to really show and demonstrate that we take this stuff seriously, because it really matters to our environment and to our harbour quality and to our quality of life. It really speaks to our quality of life. I mean, this is a real life example of if we don't work hard to sort this stuff out, we won't be able to swim in our harbours anymore. We won't be able to fish, and the quality of our kaimawan or whatever it is really going to be impacted. So so I'm supporting it. Thank you.
Right, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
Is that right?
I'd like to thank Clive and your team for all that you do. I'd also like to acknowledge Mike and his zone committee. They do a lot of work. They're very passionate people. They really believe in what they do, and they really want to make a difference for our waterways. And I think this is a very important topic that we need to take very seriously and get these, erosion and stormwater sediment control under control. And good the work you do, and keep it up. And Buster, you and your team as well, thank you. And let's pass this through today, and let's move forward and try and get some better results for our waterways.
Kelly?
Yeah, I see this issue fairly simply. Advice, which we've had, education, which needs to be done, and then followed by enforcement. It's as simple as that. Those three words in that order, and then we can make an improvement. Simple as that.
Okay, as I said at the start, I was very impressed with the presentation. It was right on the button, and I agree with everything here. The only thing that worries me, that say for example, I went over to Flea Bay after the, I think 2 years ago, where they had all that rain over there, and it wouldn't have mattered how many trees were on the hill. There was massive slips, and I would hate to see us running around after something like that and nailing the poor old farmer to the wall, saying, "Oh, you're going to bill for $1.5 million because the side of your hill fell away." That we've got to be realistic in what we do, and I don't want to also see us going around building sites and saying, "Oh, you've tracked a little bit of mud off there." I think the system we've got going at the moment is very good. We just need to work with the people who are not playing the game. There's always, it's like, if we're talking down the back, it's like drink drivers. Everyone has a few drinks and it's fine. It's always the 10% to stuff it up for everyone else. So as long as we're realistic in what we do there, I'm more than happy to support this, but disappoints me that we've gone as far as we have. So there we go. So now I will put the motion.
No, Mel.
Mel. No, now it's your turn.
Look,
Thank you, Melon.
Awesome. I just wanted to start in response actually to Tim, that we are working with staff. We have taken staff's advice by following the 3 resolutions that were presented in the report that Clive put together, and we added a new resolution in response to the brilliant presentation he gave earlier. If anyone sitting in this room or listening online has any doubt to the seriousness that staff have presented this to us, and Clive had his heart and soul on his sleeve, you clearly weren't listening properly. We are here looking at construction industry compliance, working with business, working with ECAN, looking at how we might be able to use the powers that ECAN has that we don't to increase enforcement. That's a smart move. Port Hills Management Plan, well, that's something we've been looking at and wanting to happen for years and years. So now thinking about looking at that holistically with sediment and erosion makes complete sense to me. And the longer we delay on this, the longer it takes to make any improvement in our river health. And of course we need to look at resourcing, so that's another great addition to this resolution, because if words require action, and that can only happen with sufficient resource. So I encourage anyone who is not sure what to do on the voting of this, please support this, because this is a great resolution. We've had a great report and we need to move forward.
Can I put it now?
Yes.
Right. All those in favour? Aye. Against? No. Tim? Thank you. That's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everyone.
So,
right, number 17. Surface flooding which has not got sediment in it. This is rainwater. No, it's not coming off a hill. Thank you. Thank you.
Just to introduce myself, Kevin McDonald, Team Leader, Stormwater and Waterways Asset Planning. And I'm joined today by my team member, Senior Surface Water Engineer, Tom Parsons. We've presented today a report which updates the management of flood waters in Christchurch. To put a bit of context and background around that, this report came out of a resolution from a meeting on the 8th of September, council meeting on the 8th of September, of which another report for a specific locality in Christchurch was presented. And council at that time saw it appropriate to add the resolution, which took a wider city view of flood management in Christchurch. So as I say this, and as you would have seen from the report, this update presents what approach is being taken and proposed to be taken in the broad sense in managing floodwater planning and implementation of that planning in Christchurch. We don't have a presentation as such for this report, following on from a briefing that was carried out a couple of weeks ago for council. I would perhaps like to just recap with Tom on a few key points that are probably pertinent to some of the matters that might raise for council around long-term plan and of course the current annual plan. So I guess I share a sentiment with my predecessor presenter, Clive, in that in planning for stormwater and floodwater management in Christchurch, I do have a few sleepless nights around that matter because it's far from straightforward, both in terms of getting one's head around the issues that contribute, many of which are legacy issues that, you know, Christchurch being where it is, as was stated by some deputation from Kokorarata this morning, Christchurch does sit in a wetland area. And as such, and not helped by earthquakes, we have significant drainage challenges. And challenges not just in getting rid of water, but in managing the conveyance of water. And it's in that background, I suppose, that, or to that background, that our approach that Tom and I have presented in the report reflects that it is a complex issue. There are wide-ranging factors that come into play in managing stormwater and floodwaters in Christchurch, and we see that the current frameworks that are in place being around our planning processes, the most formal of which of course are the LTP and the annual plans that fall out of those. They provide a framework which is effective in carrying forward the objectives, I suppose, putting into effect the objectives that councils have put before us in terms of managing floodwaters. The report identifies areas where there are problems, challenges with floodwater management. It also, though, identifies where we have addressed very significantly, particularly since the earthquakes, floodwater management through the expenditure of in excess of $300 million on facilities which and general infrastructure which has greatly improved our management of floodwaters, particularly in regard to floodwater threats to above floor level flooding, which has been established and remains top of the list in terms of our flood management priorities. No matter how far we go in practicable terms in addressing floodwater management, there will always be areas where, because of that factor, Christchurch is low-lying, largely flat, has lost some of its ability to drain from earthquakes, that there will remain to be some of the flooding that we see in localised areas, and there will always be a bigger flood, and the bigger flood will become more prevalent as we see more and more the effects of climate change. So I'm inclined to open up for questions unless directed otherwise by the Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kelly. And then Tyler.
Thanks for coming along, Kevin and Tom. I'm relieved to hear that you are up at night thinking about this. It shows me that you care, because that's the same way I feel. I used to lie in bed at night when it rained and think about how cosy I was. Instead, now I think about Tenby Place and Newport Street. I guess my question is, when you hear, like we did today, from a group that are profoundly affected by surface water flooding, how is it that a situation as bad as this, with water above knees in the street for 24 hours, how does that kind of get missed? I mean, because it has existed since before the earthquakes, but has kind of got worse, as you would expect. How does that get missed, or did it get missed?
Well, there have been some recent remedial works there, and there is ongoing operations responses to the stormwater that sits in Tenby Place, and the team is well aware of it, both from a planning and operational perspective. So temporary pumping's commonly deployed there to help draw down that stormwater, as was described earlier today. So we have been aware of the issue, and in fact you'll see in the appendix to the report that there is a line item there for Tenby Place and Newport Street indicating a project that's currently unfunded. And part of the reason for that is that it is seen that the works in that area is best delivered in conjunction with the wider Takaro Avon River corridor works and implementation of stormwater treatment in that area more broadly. We could do some work immediately on that stormwater network, but it might not be as well implemented as it could be, should it be delivered at the same time as the wider work.
Yeah, no, look, I appreciate your answer, Tom, and I do understand that in terms of coordinating that work with other work that's going to be done in the Pirate Park area. And, don't get me wrong, I think the residents really appreciate the fact there's been a bit of attention put onto this, and the staff have been really good at looking at clearing out the drains in the last few months and putting the gate on the outlet into the creek around there. But I guess, it's no comfort to them to know that it might be a few years till it's actually looked at, when I see the line item has 1.7 mil suggested to perhaps alleviate this situation. So my second question is how is it that when we have so many issues across the city, how will the priorities be decided? I know you've written a little bit about it, but a bit of clarification around that would be good.
Well,
around which of the many projects would be
as
clarified.
Kevin mentioned earlier, the first priority is above floor flood risk, and
Sure.
generally that's focused on observed flooding and historic flooding. We do have a lot of stormwater models that we run to assess flood risks across the city, which highlight Tenby Place and Newport Street as one of many locations. And you'll see in the report, we wrote a list of quite a number of streets and areas that have reported or modelled flooding, and that's not exhaustive at all. There are other places as well. So it is a widespread issue. We certainly have focused our past attentions since the earthquake on above floor flooding risk. I'm not saying that Tenby Place is without risk, it certainly is, and that's apparent. Sure. And it is certainly the feelings of the residents are not uncommon for residents across the city who are in similar positions. So I feel for those people. It's absolutely does come with impact, but we do have limited resource that we have to apply, and we do focus that primarily on our understanding of above floor flood risk, followed by underfloor flood risk, then property flood risk, and then if there's anything left over, I suppose we'd start to think about on street. But when floodwater is on street, it's somewhere where it's there generally by intention or design.
Sure.
Being that we'd much prefer the water to be on the street than in people's homes.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that, that the streets are made to take water, but I guess that most of us would think that it would be gone within a few hours, in best case situation. I guess the problem for these people is that at times it stays for a long time because the outlet is below the level which it would drain away, and that causes, I guess, real problems for them. In fact, council has come in and put pumps in there to get the water over the hump, if you like, which have been successful. But unfortunately, some of the neighbours in the area have been perplexed by the sound and have actually turned them off.
The question is what?
Yeah, I think that'll do it. Actually, I don't have another question. But thank you, appreciate it.
I might just add there, in the context of prioritisation, what Tom was referring to is sort of, if you like, the systematic prioritisation process that has sort of been developed over the years. But there is also a prioritisation process that comes into play around particularly LTP, long-term plan. And, to a degree, many of the projects that were in here, and the list you would have seen as the appendix, were originally incorporated into our initial bids for the last LTP. But through the various processes that kick in, including prioritisation and the limits of the resources that Tom mentioned, those, the lid comes down and we have things moved out. And that's another component of that prioritisation.
Thank you. You done, Kel? You are. Tyler?
Well, thanks. Is that Tim there, is it?
Tom, Kevin and Tom.
I have not said a word this time round. Just saying.
Tom.
Kevin and Tom.
Is it Tom?
Yep.
Okay. Just a quick question. In light of the deputation that we had this morning around the permeable surfaces, in your considerations around investigating the networks, is there potentials of exploring those certain technologies? I know the Auckland Council have actually looked at permeable paving too.
Our prioritisation process for stormwater management is based, as I mentioned before, both on observed flooding and flood models. Our flood models don't assume permeable pavements, but it is one potential tool in the toolbox for helping reducing the amount of stormwater discharges from a site.
Okay. I wasn't able to ask the question this morning, but maybe you might be able to answer this around the risks associated with the permeable surfaces around the city. Because I'm sure we have some on our walkways, right, around the tiles, or are they non-porous?
There's some limited deployment of permeable pavers around the city. In some instances, it's used to manage the impacts on trees, for example, to allow aeration into trees as well as for stormwater management. So they are used. It's not necessarily common practice.
Okay.
Okay, and in light of the new works that happen, I guess the question I've got is, what improvements do get made after those works are complete, and for how long? I know that some people were saying that I've had some residents say it's lasted around 10 years for those residents, and they say that it started flooding up again. Can you talk to us about the life of these works?
With any engineered system, it requires maintenance, and permeable pavers are no different in that regard. They can blind and block with time. Sometimes vegetation can become an issue. So they do need to be maintained in order to continue to function over their life. But that, as I say, is no different from a stormwater pipe or a pump station. You would expect to undertake ongoing maintenance activities to keep them functioning.
Thank you, Tyler.
Appreciate that. Thanks.
Before Jake talks, Our rivers are, we try and keep them nice and clean, but when it rains, we need them to drain water out. Why are we not, or are we dredging the Avon River to the extent that we were before, and downstream from, it's all very well to make the rivers look nice, we just want to get water out when it rains. Downstream from, say, Bassett Street Bridge, that already we have engineered, and this is a few years ago, we've engineered a third of the capacity off the river by bringing one of the banks in. And after the earthquake down there, I was under the impression that on probably both sides of the river banks came in around about 1 metre. I have heard bigger numbers than that, but the river is genuinely narrower. So if we've got a smaller pipe, per se, taking the water out to the estuary or the sea, shouldn't we be trying to make it as clear of obstacles as we can so that the water can get gone, or give it a bit of capacity by dredging it like we used to do constantly years ago?
Well, there are a whole lot of different environmental and engineering considerations that would need to be given to dredging. And wholesale dredging of our rivers hasn't occurred in a very long time since the Drainage Board, as I understand. We did do some specific dredging work and bank stability work on the Heathcote River recently as part of the Land Drainage Recovery Program, so that has occurred. But you need to be very careful, of course, when you're lowering the riverbed, that you don't destabilise the banks. With regards to other work since the earthquake, there has been a lot of what we'd call silt removal from the network and waterways and pipes following removing liquefaction post-earthquake. So there's a large program, a lot of work done in that space. But we do try to manage the stormwater as close as possible to the source, and you would see the examples of the stormwater treatment systems work to capture the sediment, much like you heard in the earlier presentations.
Yeah, what I'm getting at is we've got all these nice systems that feed. The only way in Auckland, if water falls on a hill, it's got about 1,000 places that can run down to the sea. In Christchurch, you've got one place, and it's called Shag Rock, and that's how it gets out. It'll go 2 rivers into the estuary, Shag Rock. That's it. Our pipes, our rivers, I feel, especially the Avon, is a bit constricted to what it used to be from what I remember when the Drainage Board were cleaning it out all the time. Have we done some levels on the bottom of the river to know that it hasn't over-silted itself up to a point where it's constricting the stormwater outfall?
Yeah, we do collect data on the bathymetry of the river at given cross-sections relatively regularly, well, on an as-needed basis. We've recently done a bathymetric survey of the Avon River to help inform the works in the RIRC. So yes, we do look at change in the river profile with time to help understand how that is changing and whether or not the bed is changing with time. Now, as I said before, dredging is a complex and can have a lot of different facets, and it would need quite close investigation and consideration before we would look to do wide-scale dredging because of its potential environmental impacts, the potential impacts on the banks, and the fact that in most of the lower river stems where most of the sedimentation occurs, the flood levels are primarily driven by peak tide. So it's the sea coming in rather than the...
I understand that the tide comes in, it holds the river up because the tide's in, but when the tide goes out, the river can't get out, in my view, fast enough. All I'm saying is that for years, the Drainage Board had a dragline that just went up and down that river all the time and just didn't stop. So I haven't seen one in the Avon River from Kerrs Reach down to, say, Brighton Bridge since the earthquake. So I'm not saying that's the problem. I'm saying, are we making sure that our rivers are real clean, not clean, physically clean, but clean of restrictions to make the water flow out as quick as we possibly can so there's no restrictions. That's all I'm saying. You don't have to answer it, I'm just putting it. So Jake, please.
The other deputation we had on this issue today around Cambridge Terrace, I just wondered if you had any comment on on the flooding situation there.
I would just reiterate the earlier comments about prioritisation and certainly reflect on the impacts that flooding has on people and residents, and they come in a myriad of different forms and scales. There's clearly, from the presentation, it appeared that there were multiple sources of flooding in different instances. Again, I'll just reiterate that we're...
So for capital investment, what you're saying is it doesn't meet the threshold for intervention?
Yeah, I had a quick look online during the meeting with one of my colleagues about the location, the local stormwater sump. It didn't appear that some of the stormwater drainage was necessarily ideal in that location, but again, significant capital investment wouldn't be unlikely to be prioritised at this stage, and the wider river response at that location is driven by hydraulics with bridge structures primarily through the central city and runoff. So it would be a challenging thing to address, to say the least.
Thank you, Tom. Are you happy to second this, Joe? Because I'm happy to move it. So we second it. Have we got any more questions? No. Got any debate? All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you. Carried. O'Kane's Bay Water Supply. Is it that one?
Central City.
Oh, sorry. Noise. Sorry. Missed one. Number 18, Central City Noise. Okay. And Sarah's happy to second. Do we have any questions? I didn't think we did. So any debate? And we haven't. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you.
I did have a debate, but hey, it's not necessary.
Good on you, mate. Thank you for being so understanding. Right. Now the biggie. Okay, that's not really. No, O'Kane's Bay. Yeah. So we've got people wanting to move and second all over the village. We've got Sam wants to move it and Pauline wants to second it. So have we got any questions?
Yes. Please.
Yeah, just done it, yeah. So have we got any questions? No. Have we got any debate? Yeah, you got a question? Far away. That's cool.
I was just curious if you'd heard much from the people of O'Kane's Bay about the history of the area.
Oh, sorry. Are we?
Sorry,
I'm
the
sorry.
question. Oh, sorry. Councillor.
I couldn't hear the question. Sorry.
I was just wondering about whether that we could get a bit more information about the history of the area from the perspective of local people.
Is that a question for me?
It is. Well, let's pitch it to you for now.
I didn't hear the question. Yeah, okay. Right, so okay.
That's fine.
So that's the end of questions. We're into debate now.
Are you more
Is that right?
specific? Sorry, just checking though. Are you more specific about why we haven't done water there in the past and things? Not just the general history of the area, but the
Do you
specific
mean why
water supply.
they can't drink out of the stream anymore?
Right, we're done with questions. Debate. I'll throw my 5 bobs worth in here. We as council sit back and say that we want to look after our own water and we don't want Three Waters to do it. And here comes Te Mata Arawai coming up with a suggestion on what we have to do. We cannot say, bugger off, we're not interested in this. We have to do what is right for that community. So I'm more than happy to support this because it's the right thing to do for that area. So that's my 5 bobs worth. Anyone else? Pauline?
Yeah, and I totally support that, Phil. And the thing is that everyone has the right to clean and safe drinking water, and that is part of the kaupapa for the whole Three Waters that are being forced on us. And we as a council, totally, by supporting this, we are totally agreeing with that kaupapa. And as Kakararata said this morning, it's a basic human right. So I totally agree with this. It's been a long time coming. We have raised expectations. So this is really about agreeing to the existing budget, not actually the integrity of the project at all. So the project is a good project. The budget is within existing budgets. The savings are found elsewhere, as we know. So there's no rates implications. So I'm really happy to support this today. Thank you.
Mark and then Sarah, then Kelly.
Thanks for the opportunity. That Runanga presentation this morning I thought was very, very on point and very convincing, and they did a great job in reminding us of our responsibilities as a council. And it was great to hear their historical context from the Runanga point of view on this, and to be part of the council that's going to hopefully approve this today. I think it's a great day for us as a council, and a great day for Christchurch, and a great day to be able to have water as life.
Yep. Thanks, Mark. Sarah.
Recognised for everyone. So thank you.
Thank you. And I note that Mark only took up 45 seconds of his 3 minutes, but
Yes, that's right. And you're going to do less.
I am going to do less. All I'm going to do is I'm going to say, yes, this is the right thing to do now, and it is a basic human right. But it was the right thing to do decades ago, and it was a human right decades ago, and it shouldn't have made a direction from Taumata Arawai for us to get to the place now where we are approving an increased budget to do this properly. Thank you.
Good work.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, I'm happy to support it too. I know we've talked a little bit about the numbers of people that live in O'Kane's Bay, but we have to take into consideration that we have a very well utilised camp there, which is full of people all summer, has had issues with water before. I've stayed there many times myself with my family, and there are thousands of people literally who use that camp. It's a great resource for Banks Peninsula, and also want to support the fact that there's a brilliant museum and marae there, and we should value that and appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Tyler.
Kia ora, it's going to be nice and short, Phil. Just wanted to give a shout out to my whanauka at Kokorarata and all of the whānau out there for the deputation this morning. It was really nice to hear from them, and I already knew what they were going to say anyway. And the big question I always have around our drinking water is why is it in the way it is already? And this is nothing but a human right, but also upholding the mana of our water. But the big question that I'm always going to have is why is it like that in the first place? Kia ora.
Thank you. And with that, I will put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you. Carried. And
Thank
our
you.
last one.
And thank you, Michelle, for the work that you've done to pull this together.
Last one. Who's moving this? Item number 21. Jake's moving it. Pauline seconding it. Do we have any questions? Do we have any debate? Did you have a question, Mark? Or are you just scratching your nose? Right. All those in favour? Against? Thank you. Carried.
Thank you. Thank you.
Karakia?
Karakia. So
Yep.
we've already done the minutes.
Yes, done the minutes. So we've got our Karakia coming up on the screen.
Yes, we did.
Mm-hmm. Thanks for popping in, Joe. Kia.
Whakaarea te tapu, kia wata ai te ara, kia turu ki whakataha ai, kia turu ki whakataha ai.
Amia, tahi. Thank you very much.